Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome to our SEAC meeting, number 16, lucky number 16, sweet 16. Just a quick notice, Hector won't be able to make this morning's meeting. So we're going to have open mic, we're going to have fun, we're going to rock and roll, right Jeff?
Yeah. So we can do all sorts of things.
Yeah. We can approve everything.
So I can talk more than what we usually have.
In fact, we'll just put the camera on John.
Exactly.
And then thank you, Sunny, for hosting our meeting here. Really appreciate that. And I think there's probably some more people that are going to wander through.
Right.
And then I'll have Sunny go through the logistics.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So really quick, thanks for accepting the invitation and coming.
Thank you.
You all saw coffees right there. My little refrigerator over there is stacked with soft drinks and water and all that. Restrooms are through. My glass door, the first door on the right. Emergency exit, one where you came through the lobby, and the other one's behind this door, through this door here to the right. So it should be an emergency. There was also some discussion about some of you didn't get a chance to tour the lab, the PV lab that we have at this facility. So we could arrange that after we finish the meeting at 1:30. And Selena sitting back there, she can just cross the street because this facility here has the test labs for lighting and medical equipment and all that type of stuff. The portable bake stuff is tested across the street. So if anyone of you is interested, just join up with Selena and she'll take you across the street once we're done with the meeting and give you a quick tour. So any question or anything? I'm sitting right there, Selena's there, between the two of us, we can guide you anything within the building.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wi-Fi password, Intertech1 with a capital I.
All right, and then moving on to welcome and introductions. There are some new faces here today, I see. So we'll go through the center seating area first for everyone here to introduce themselves, and then we'll head on to the back, and then I'll go online and introduce all those people too. So let's go on.
Mustafa Kashay, County.
Solar City. Jeff Speeds, Quick Mount PV, and Calcium.
San Diego.
Mark Price, City, San Diego. Sunny Guy, Intertech.
Mark Baltasari, Enphase Energy.
Contact for UL.
Wilbur Sevis, Southern California Edison.
Dave Plain, City LA.
Boris Cohen, City of Calabasas.
Mark Rodriguez, Summer.
Michelle Nunez, SEAC.
Paula Mellon, you all know me. And then going to the back.
Hi, Evie, Great Alternatives.
Hi, I'm Michelle Blanco, Great Alternatives. Selena Jesser, Intertech.
Ray Allen, Delta Product.
Have now showing Innovative Solar.
Pete Rubin, QA.
Laura Sanders,
Norman Graham, we don't know.
Susan Jowdy, ICC.
And then online we have Ellen Fields. Hi, Ellen. Ellen's
Howdy.
Ellen?
Yep. Hey, this is Alan.
And then there's Craig Carney. Welcome, Craig.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, everyone.
And there's Pete Jackson. Hi, Pete.
Good morning.
And Peter Liang from LADWP.
So will there be some way to increase the volume so we can actually hear them?
Unfortunately, today we've been experiencing some GoToWebinar software issues. The license we have, our 800 number, was taken off for some reason. So at the moment, the only way you can view our meeting is to go online. There's no call-in. And because there's no call-in, we're not actually calling in. So the only option is to have our laptop microphone on right
I can give you a 800 number that they could call into if you want to send it to.
But it's not linked to the GoToWebinar meeting.
But
Yeah.
at least we would be able to hear them and they would be.
Yeah, on the phone if they wanted to call it.
But they could be, I think what you're suggesting, Sonny, is that they would be doing, they see everything on the screen and still stay logged on now.
Right.
It's just that they would dial.
In addition to that, they could also call
The
in
audio
number and we can hear them. Yeah.
Okay. And do you know how many lines it holds?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I did not give you the number.
Okay, thank you, Sonny. Everyone else will have to, like our guests online, which is Benjamin Wong, Chris Fox, David Conover, Joe Kane, Keisha Brockman, Pam Cole, Rosemary Ample, and Stephen Thornycroft. They'll have to put their questions in the GoToWebinar software.
All right, so while we're waiting for that number, we can move on to the draft meeting summary. It's in your board packs. I don't know if all of you have had an opportunity to read it. Oh, okay. And then if we can have a motion to approve. Is there a second? Any changes? Hearing none. So all in favor say aye. All of those opposed say no. All right, so hearing none, summary approved. Thank you.
Welcome to Reservationless Plus conferencing. Enter your conference code followed by the pound or hash sign. Thank you. If you are leaving, please enter your lead. To start joining, you will now be...
Yeah, that should be done.
Okay. I sent it to every panelist. Thank you.
All right, so we can start with the next agenda item, which is transitioning of SEAC. And I don't know, is Mike Kazem in here? No. All right, so I know at our last meeting, Hector spoke about the transitioning of SEAC. It was discussed that SEAC would probably move towards a non-profit organization. And we had a meeting with a couple of core folk at the Intersolar conference and had a small brainstorming discussion there. It was Craig, there were, I can't remember who else was at that breakfast meeting. And then subsequent to that, I know Hector's been working on some bylaws, and there's a case for need study as well that that himself, Mike Kazem, I think it's Sunny, and Steve Jones, they're all going to meet and discuss the plan going forward with that. So I don't know if any of you have any questions. I did travel up to San Francisco last week, and I met with a venture capitalist in Silicon Valley and spoke about SEAC and pitched to him. He mentioned to me that he thought that it would be probably a wise idea to get a group of people to actually put some funding into SEAC and not just one entity, because if you only have one, there's always the agenda question of, well, you know, what's that party's agenda? So that was great input from him. But if any of you have any insights or ideas, please let Hector and myself know. If you have any questions, please also ask. Yep.
I know there was some brief discussion about the possibility of the DOE grant to fund this effort. But if I remember, there were some comments about you first have to have an organization, you know,
Yeah.
chicken or the egg, I suppose. But so this 501c3 organization would be established, and then would the intention be to grant funding from companies?
Yeah, So right now we're in discussions and we're reaching out to those. Like we've been told that maybe the PUC have funding for this kind of organisation, the DOE. There's a lot of private entities out there as well that are also interested in putting money behind it.
We also have some discussions with the Governor's Office of Planning and Research.
Yes.
And was there any feedback from that discussion?
Well, Hector had spoken to the Senator's office, and then I believe it had to go up to their government relations department through the County of LA. So it was kind of put on hold. But I think at this stage what we're looking at doing, and Mike Kaserman has had substantial experience in forming non-profits, so he said that he could definitely help with that side. So, yep, John?
Yeah, I agree with what that venture capitalist was saying. I think it's critical to make sure that not any one entity controls or influences unduly anything within SEAC. Otherwise, SEAC is no different than any other special interest group. Mm-hmm. And I thought the purpose in the beginning was that the goal was to have a forum where everyone was involved, but with nobody, technically, I guess, in respect, not really in control. Mm-hmm. So that was it. I mean, there has to be some structure, of course, but I think I hope that before any commitment, that once we have all these details of here's a suggestion of a new bylaws, because I thought we already had something for this group. And how we're to operate and all that kind of stuff. I would hope that we would have the opportunity to have within the existing SEAC to discuss that, and is that truly the direction we want to go? Because there's one thing that I hear a lot of, we're going to be doing this, or we're thinking of doing that, and I'm like, I guess I'll put it in a far more brazen point now. I really hope it's not done unilaterally, because otherwise I think that brings to question what involvement is going to be, what the value of my impact is.
Yeah, so I mean, we're going to obviously have a level of transparency like we've always done. So whoever we talk to or whatever feedback we get, we'll pass with the whole group.
But it's not a question of transparency of what's going on, which is great, and we want to have that and hope that there's all that going on. But also is that in the decision making and in the where is this going? Because I think at least SEAC has become, I think, and I'm for others around, but I mean it's everybody involvement. Not.
I'm going to have to, for once, agree with John on that.
Let me mark this down real quick. September 1st.
So I agree. I think it's very important for us to be able to know, as far as the bylaws need to be written, as far as whoever donates or whoever giving money, how much control that company or that person will have on SEAC.
Yeah.
So it's very important for SEAC to be non-profit and making decisions not based on just because I'm in LA County or just because John Packard wants to have stuff done for you all versus for the industry.
Yeah. Well, the good news is that a lot of people have come and said SEAC is definitely needed. You fill a huge void, and everybody that, there's been a lot of word of mouth discussions, and we've been involved in a lot of conference calls the last few weeks, so it's all been very positive. And some of them have been discussions with the DOE. And right now they're busy writing legislation, so there's legislators that they want us to plug into and speak to, but apparently their calendars are pretty full right up until the end of September. So, and you know, there's other items that those from the industry have said, well, you know, it's not just permitting issues that you guys should be looking at. There's net energy metering concerns that the industry have. So that should also be a topic that we should be discussing as well, right?
Well, it's a bit of a jump from code standards to the world of rate structures. I certainly would love to discuss it in a forum that brings in folks from all these different interest groups, I guess you'd say. But one thing I will mention is I like the idea of getting funding from the DOE or from the Governor's Office of Planning and Research because it eliminates most concerns that John brought up. It takes a little while from the time you establish the 501c3s to already write a grant before those monies come in. So I suppose there's some recognition that funding from high-level government resources probably isn't going to happen in the first 12 months after the 501c3 is created.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
So I kind of got a little confused there. Are you saying that our scope is as limited as you suggesting? I thought the scope of SEAC was
we're very broad, and there's a lot of people that contact us to say, could you look at this, could you look at that? But the discussions that Hector and I have been having, those, when it comes to funding, a lot of them are going, well, why doesn't SEAC look at taking on broader initiatives and plugging in sustainability?
It's called bandwidth.
Yeah.
And it's called reality.
Well, and should that be our charter? You know, sustainability is, in essence, I think, the core reason why this group exists.
Yeah.
But should we go beyond? You know, I think the thing that makes this unique is that this is building officials plus solar industry representatives, and obviously code standards and permitting relate very cleanly to that group of people. Things like rate structures, having utilities present certainly is beneficial, but my sense is that the participants in the utilities aren't the folks that are involved in rate discussions.
Yeah.
And those conversations are more PUC related and, you know, tend to be done in a different forum with different interested parties. So I hate to lose what I see as really good, the whole concept of code standards permitting. I think that we need to build on that. That's really the major benefit that comes from this group. I feel that's unique and nobody else is addressing. And it's not just unique for California, it's really unique nationwide. So it would be wonderful to see this concept spread beyond Southern California.
I totally agree with the spreading and all that. The one thing I'm still puzzled with is that I hear this, oh, we're only confined to looking at codes and standards, and I recall, I don't have all this stuff handy, but I recall that at the very beginning, I thought we put together what we agreed was our mission statement and all that, right? Mm-hmm. But I'm going to say this, I'm looking on the SEAC website and I can't find very clear, I mean it should be when I go to About Us.
Used to be that.
The About Us has SEAC members, SEAC partners, and SEAC staff. There should be also something under About Us that says mission statement.
There's an About Us. I think we've changed it slightly. If you click on About Us, then it actually gives you. We changed the. If you go onto our website.
Through why. So and so what we're doing and what it says is a committee of high level. That might have to be here, but committee of high level solar energy experts in the private and public sector, dedicated to developing recommendations for challenges impacting the solar energy industry. Period. Does not say anything about whether it's limited to codes and standards or whether it's net metering or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm kind of puzzled here.
Well, Well, that might not be said. I believe that was the presumption by most folks involved. And again, is there the desire on the part of members of this group to start to jump into?
No, and I want to deal with the things that need to be dealt with. And I again go back to my statement earlier: bandwidth and reality. But
well, it might. I think SEAC might actually sort of broaden out as a group. So we might have, you know, a codes and standards group, and then maybe another one that tackles net energy metering, and another one that tackles sustainability. I think that that's kind of maybe this what I'm sensing going forward, you know, especially when it comes to funding. Those that are providing the funding might turn around and say, well, we'd like to provide funding, but for this.
Well, certainly you can have like a correlated committee. You can have big set committees. But if we're going to go down that path, I think we have to have that discussion. We have to have those proposals and kick them around and map out what their each one's responsibilities are.
Yep.
Otherwise, I think.
Kind of working on our own issues here to bring in another one this time.
Well, exactly. I'm not seeking for it, but I'm also at the same time, you know, I was just kind of limitation. We choose what we deal with in other words, regardless of what it is, just as long as it's affecting the solar industry.
And like I said, rate done by the commission.
Yeah, it's almost as if this group should empty out. We should bring a group in and discuss that, because that's where
there's a lot more lobbyists that deal with that than we would be.
That's CP. That's what they are.
Yep.
And don't get me wrong, I love to talk about that kind of stuff, but I'm realistic about what a group like us can effectively address. And certainly standards permitting, maybe something relating to sustainability, although the name Solar Energy Action Committee kind of might need to be changed if that's the case to Sustainable Energy Action Matter. But yeah, personally I see the primary objectives that we all understood this group was meant to pursue. We've been, I feel, effective in doing that, and I see great value in it. And I hate to water down what I see as really positive by broadening our scope to areas where this group wouldn't really be as effective.
Yeah.
So from that standpoint, maybe it is one of the things you keep structure and keep, and like I say, have like a correlating committee, you know, an oversight or seeing, you know, all these different, just a more of a higher policy and just a general, gee, what different oars do we have in the water, so to speak, and then you have one that's, okay, here's a committee that's dealing with codes and standards. Here's another one that's dealing with all the enforcement, all that stuff that goes along with it, which we, in essence, have been doing primarily. And then you have another one that's dealing with the net metering and all that stuff. And that would actually, if you consider putting a proposal like that, I think would help to answer those questions before you go off and say, hey, I think we ought to go get funding for this or that and set up this, or, you know. I think it would be good to have that as not just a 15-minute discussion.
Yeah, that's a brainstorming.
At a SEAC meeting, but a lot longer discussion with a lot more. Work out that framework.
Remember, when you go after grant funding, you have to find specifically what you're going to do, and you have to do it, because if you don't do it, they're not going to ask you.
Yeah.
Yep. I know enough about grant funding because I have a sister-in-law that does that in CDLA. So they're very specific. You've got to tell them exactly what you're going to do, and you have to do it.
Would she be willing to volunteer to do that for our group?
She's very good at what we just call her the money.
Yeah, well, and recruiter by all means, she doesn't make anything.
Yeah, she's dealt with money, banks, and everything else her entire working career. But like I said, I know those things because when we have grant funding for some of our projects in downtown, if they don't happen, then they go back after the money, the developer, property, everything else. Because so be very careful when you say, well, now we're going to do this. Make sure you can, once you get that money, make sure you can do that.
Hi, Mike.
Just pay that. And my pockets aren't that deep.
Mike, we were just chatting everyone. That's Mike Kaiserman. We were discussing the transitioning of SEAC, so I was just mentioning that Hector, yourself, myself, some of us have been discussing the transitioning to a non-profit and the bylaws and the case of need study. So I don't know if there's anything that you'd like to chime in and mention.
Good. I'm late. Maybe the Friends of SEAC concept is to provide continuing economic help to make sure that this forum is maintained even in the unlikely event that counties or government sources dry up. The challenge is to maintain the open forum without the intervention of all the money people who want to put their influence into it.
Yep.
So what we were talking about doing is forming a separate 501c3 whose sole purpose is to raise money and to give it to a responsible board, and yet we, of course, very transparent, and give back reports to the people who are putting up the money, but not permit the funders to take charge of the organization.
Well, you have the perception that they are.
Well, they can have any perception they want.
No, but Spark is correct. It's very on that. It's very critical to also not have a perception up to them, but a perception to others. Right.
Yeah.
Otherwise, whatever we do is group is meaningless.
Well, in fairness, there's a number of companies that are already financially contributing to SEAC. I fly out here once a month. There's a cost that gets incurred by my company for the support of this organization. There's a lot of things that many of the members of this group do that have financial value to them. I would say, because I've worked in, I've been strongly affiliated with various nonprofits in the industry, it's very difficult to get somebody to give you cash to support an organization like this, plain and simple. The most practical financing options for an organization like this, in my mind, would be OPR or DOE. These are clean sources of funding. Other sources of funding are give me money, and the person you say that to say, what do I get in return for it? That's the nature of how these things work. It's difficult to get that money at all, regardless of even if you promise them the kinds of things that they might want for that contribution. So these are just realities that I've experienced in the world of nonprofit solar organizations. So my advice to SEAC is have some recognition that those participants, those active participants, are financially contributing already to the group. And I'm not opposed to going to industry and saying, give me money. I will wish you luck in that effort. But my hope is that we can figure out some grant funding that would make it.
I think there's a little distinction, though, because financially contributing, yes, I paid for a flight to get down here on UL paid for the flight. Sure. UL's paying for my time, all that stuff. UL's paying for my time during all the tremendous amount of time spent on the site meetings. But that doesn't mean that that's necessarily contributing. I mean, it's contributing to SEAC, but I mean, I don't see that as a financial contribution per se. I mean, I am
indirectly. That's what.
Indirectly, I guess, yes, but that's just like the same thing as I do finance. Then you're going to say I do financial contributions.
Well, let's say it this way: if you were to give us the money, that if you were to take your time, how much you make, and all your travel costs, and you all were to just make that dollar contribution to the organization instead of having you here, that's to me less valuable than having you here. I think that without your participation, the value of what we as a group do goes down tremendously.
But what I'm saying is it's not. I think we need to be careful about that because many of us do financial contribution to, say, go into the codes, to NFPA, to serve on their code panels, to serve, to go to ICC code hearings. That's a huge financial expense by many organizations.
What might help that
I don't think that. But see, that's the ICC and NFPA. They have very, very clear. There's a very clear separation, and it's crystal clear that even though I'm there at the ICC code hearings, even though I'm there at the NFPA, I'm just a voice.
Mike, you had something?
Yeah, I think that what we had in mind was a little different than turning to our parent organizations like SEAC does and say, based on the volume of how much business you do, these are your membership dues.
It definitely cannot be a pay-to-play.
Right. So what we're suggesting is that we form a board of folks who are separate from this industry group, led by a well-known public figure, and start looking at nonprofit corporations who believe in the overall goals of solar power, reduce carbon footprint, saving the earth, and find individuals through this dynamic board that we set up who would like to see this really happen in a practical way. And they would become the primary source of funding the Friends of SEAC.
But there's one thing we got to keep in mind that, as we discussed it, if anybody contributing toward any organization, they want something in return. As a building official, I think I speak for those of us from as a building official. We won't be able to be a part of any of that. It has to be very clear that if anybody contributes and in return you want something, I won't be able to be a part of it. I will stop my
I understand those stuff, but this is not different than the current discussion about the Clinton Foundation.
Well, we don't want to get to that point.
Exactly what you want to avoid. We're a little bit smaller than the Clinton Foundation.
I know, but
what we can grant.
But
It's a blind. The people who put up the money in a kind of blind trust. What SEAC, the organization, is responsible to do, say, because you put up that money, the following things happen. We reduce permit processing time. We got more solar roofs on. We got away from this. And they take their benefit from knowing there's an organization that's doing that.
the industry will benefit rather than
Yeah.
the individual company who
They can't come.
That's important.
They can't come to the chairman of SEAC and say, I gave $1 million, now I got a problem with my, it's really the same problem as every politician has when he takes in a political contribution. Everybody who gives $1 to the City Hall, I know Cedars-Sinai Hospital. If you're a big donor to Cedars-Sinai and Grandpa's sick, you want basically to know that he's going to get better treatment than the guy that's sitting in the chair with the handcuffs on. So you just have to manage that. That's a fact of life in the nonprofit world.
I think before we go too much detail, first we have to establish if there's going to be a SEAC nonprofit, we should come up with bylaws. And bylaws would state no contribution from whatever. And if it's written that way, and if someone approaches and says, hey, I know this, I said, can't accept it, sorry. Behind the doors or in front, either way. Because otherwise, if it's not followed, if it's not being watched, then yes, we'll be all over. And that's
keep it clean.
That's just a suggestion.
All right, well, I think we've spent enough time on that discussion, right? If any of you have any concerns or you want to have a further discussion, Jeff, I get the feeling it would be Jeff, John, Sparky, Bezard, Mustafa, Mike,
The
Sonia.
dangers of speaking up.
Yeah, well, a core group, if we want to get together and brainstorm it on a separate call or at a separate meeting, let's do that. I think it's a good idea to thrash out everything.
As long as I have nothing conflicting with that time, to be satisfied.
But I just want to make an understatement. What has made SEAC to be successful is just because LA County is fully financing it. And that's what makes us strong, saying there's nobody out there who's controlling any of us. That's extremely important for us to understand. It's LA County's right here is financing all this. And none of us, Jeff could bring his own stuff from Goodbound, but it's still, he has one vote.
And also County of LA has only
Absolutely.
one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What's the time frame, Paula, in terms of trying to get this funded by others versus LA County?
Well, I think we're probably going to have to register the non-profit if we go in that route in the next 2 to 3 months. I think that I'm not too sure Hector would have to speak on behalf of the county of LA. I know that they're supporting it. I'm not too sure to what extent they're going to support it going forward or what financial support they'll be providing. All right, so we'll move on to the progress report on energy storage systems.
Just a quick one, sorry, one final question. I know it was related to funding. Is there still some ideas about having activities like that conference that was held more than a year ago to help provide some funding for the organization? So it would be, in essence, an industry event where the expo fees would help cover some of the serious costs.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's been further discussion. I think that there was some conversation, and then for a lot of reasons, SEAC elected to hold off doing that. Again, is there any interest in that at this time?
I mean, we could still do workshops, you know.
Doing a workshop, if I may, is great, and it brings money in, but getting people to participate, to put it together, we were having a hard time getting help from the community to get their head up. So we actually canceled 2 workshops because we didn't have the manpower to be able to set it up. You know, we do have the facility, but we just didn't have the manpower to be able to organize the whole thing, and that's what we were part of it as well. So,
well, and I'll just make a brief comment that it's my understanding that SEA intends to have a Codes and Standards Summit sometime in the spring. I think they've tentatively scheduled it in March, unfortunately opposite the NABSEC conference, so it's a problematic date. But if there is the desire for SEAC to do something of this nature, there are, I think, more activities of this type than there used to be in the past, more competition potentially. And so I guess the question is, should SEAC do those types of conferences or collaborate with other organizations that would do similar work? So just an idea.
Yeah. You know?
I understand what you're both talking about, but it is a difficulty to always set up a education. I'm the education chair for the ICC Tri-Chapters, Peninsula Bay, Monterey Bay, as well as the II Northern California chapter. And it is painful to just put together anything. And I know there's several education chairs in the room here, and they're all nodding their head going, yeah. And they're all looking down because they don't want to be picked. and so they're just like, you know, spout off on it. But the thing is that it takes a tremendous amount of work and a lot of volunteerism and a lot of, and people just don't have hands on to do all that. So anyway, I think that one of those things, be careful what you ask for because it might be a little bit too much work.
Yeah.
One of the avenues that I was going to actually do an open forum talking about that is regarding partnering with our, you know, ICC, IAI. I know our ICC representative is here, and none than Steve Jones is our president. And we were in a meeting last week, executive meeting last week. There was a actually announcement made that IAI has got this grant that they're supposed to train so many people within, I don't know, about a year or so, or they have a year or 2 years. So we were thinking about, and I actually reached out to Dave Clemens, who's the CEO of the IAI, and he liked the idea of us be able to take our recommendation practices and put them part of their training, and Steve was there, Steve Jones was there, and he agreed. So that's something we can do as far as partner with either with IAI or with ICC, be able to do that. But as far as, you know, getting money or grant coming back to us, that has to be hashed out and discussed.
Well, at the risk of getting slapped upside the head by a good friend and actually possibly losing that friendship, but one of the members of SEAC is involved with that project.
Yeah, and I understand.
He's online.
He's online.
And he's being very quiet.
Exactly.
And he's gonna hate the fact that I said that.
Because either you talk or he talks, so I guess, all right, Keith, go ahead.
But Pete is involved in the development of those training. Amongst many other people, many other voices.
Yeah, and Sparky, you've done, I mean, quite
Yes.
substantial
Well,
training as well on
Right,
our
but
material.
what we're talking about, this is a federal grant.
Yes.
This is a huge grant.
Sunshine from DOE, absolutely.
Training. And
Understand, 10,000 people or 10,000.
right. So maybe the thing might be is and people can hate me for this, but I'd suggest that maybe just to understand what those other training things going on, and that's just one of several actually. Is that maybe what we talked about this at one time at SEAC about a year ago, I remember, is we should be talking about what are all the different training opportunities or the training initiatives that are going on, so that at least we have an awareness and we're not reinventing the wheel here.
Does Pete want to say anything?
He has not made any comments. He's not muted.
All right, so
Another source would be probably utilities. They
Yes, absolutely.
quite a bit, and they have a lot of facilities for that purpose alone. And they even offer free training on other subjects throughout the year.
Yes.
So a lot of people.
Yeah.
So
As we speak.
It's been a while since you've been on an education committee, huh, Bazai? Mark is looking at me going, yeah.
all right, okay, so we'll move on to our progress report on, and can Alan?
Alan is online. I believe he has muted himself.
Yeah. Hey there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Were you able to log on to the Intertech call-in number?
Yeah, I tried it. It was a little bit quiet on my phone, so I just ended up sticking with my computer headphones and microphone. But is the microphone audible enough on here?
No, you might have to speak up a little bit louder.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
I have the volume turned up the most I have on my laptop, but the room is
okay. I can. Let's see. I can quickly log into the conference call thing again. I just won't be able to really hear very well.
While Alan is trying to log in, I'm just going to make an announcement on that energy storage system article. Has been introduced by 2017 NEC. I was fortunate enough to, on Monday, get a hold of the county council, and I was just informed on Tuesday that I could adopt that article as is, straight out of the book. I don't have to go through any ordinances. I don't have to go through any PIA. The way my code is written, that if this is a brand new section, brand new article, I'm clear. So just make an announcement. LA County is.
I think you still have to do some things.
I'm gonna put an electrical code manual out there, and letting the industry know that I'm going to be enforcing the Article 706 of the 2017 NEC. So the announcement is LA County is enforcing, as we speak, the 2017 NEC Article 706 on energy storage systems.
So that's very interesting, because if you read all that's on the California Building Standards Commission website, talk with California Building Standards Commission people and all that, I think you have to do, I still think you have to go through a process, an open process, one, and two is that you have to do topographical.
But I do have a local ordinance that actually says, if this is a brand new article, if it was existing, I was modifying it, yes. So this is.
You're modifying the code.
Code.
I'm looking at the other HAs in the room, and they're kind of going.
Well, I'm just saying, there's this to do at LA County, again, my county council, we'll be good to go.
Very interesting. Very interesting. But actually, we do have that discussion under item 5. So.
Oh, we do.
Okay, Alan, I think, is back on the phone now.
Alan?
Yeah.
There we go. That's awesome.
Much better. Thank you.
All right, so Alan has been...
This is probably going to be a little bit latitude since you're right next to the...
Yes, I am.
Yeah, but he's used to hearing you, so.
Well, I would relate the message to John sitting across from me, which is far from the mic.
All right, so Alan Fields is the custodian for the plan
So
checklist.
it looks like we have the submittal checklist showing up for everyone. I don't think that I'll be able to hear anyone as long as I'm talking, so maybe someone on the camera will have to wave at me when I need to stop talking. But, so this document that we...
I'm just kidding.
No.
Just testing.
Okay, you got me. So we created a submittal checklist just for plan check, for electrical plan check of energy storage systems. And again, this is only for 1 and 2 family dwellings. The intent of this is that this is a sample checklist that jurisdictions can use for, again, just electrical plan review. So building and fire are probably going to have to be things that we'll have to deal with in the future. This is also just going to be for pretty standard residential systems. So we want to avoid 3-phase services, services rated greater than 400 amps, hybrid systems. So we're trying to avoid really, I guess, one-off energy storage systems as far as residential goes. So we're also going to leave this up to jurisdictions, obviously, because it would make more sense if they end up adapting this plan for whatever their standards are for plan review. But I guess we can just kind of go from top down and look at some of the stuff that we added. So we didn't want to dictate exactly where, like as far as what page needs to contain what information, so we kind of avoided having something that says, well, okay, you need to have this information on your line diagram, you need to have this information on a separate calculations page or a separate site plan and floor plan page. Basically, we just want to make sure that the information contained in this checklist is going to be captured by the plans somewhere. So we would like to have, for example, a general scope of work statement, whether the energy storage system is AC or DC coupled. Basically, just starting off with general information. That isn't stuff that will have to be on any particular pages, but then we start getting into the site plan and floor plan kind of information, trying to be pretty comprehensive there as far as working clearances, locations of new and existing equipment for anything that will be, I guess, interacting with the energy storage system, any ventilation that might be required, and yeah, just standard stuff that should be included with one of these energy storage system submittals. And then if we scroll down a bit and get away from the site plan and floor plan section, we included stuff for the line diagrams, showing your grounding and bonding, how it's interconnected to the premises wiring, overcurrent protection, wire callouts, conduit callouts. Then below the line diagram section, we have we're requiring certain calculations. So for sizing of the conductors, calculations for your overcurrent protection ratings, short circuit current calculations. Also, of course, load calculations if you're going to be relocating loads to a new load center. That would be, I guess, whatever you call it, a protected load center or backup load center. And of course, down below, equipment information, so any spec sheets or installation instructions for really any of the new equipment that's going to be installed. And of course, a little statement regarding listing. This one might end up getting revised depending on how the group feels about listing of equipment, because I know there are going to be agreements about whether we should be mentioning to what extent we should be mentioning 9540 or the other UL standards for, I guess, portions of an energy storage system. But I think that the group was pretty comfortable with this language so far. And yeah, so again, this is just intended for providing, or an AHJ providing this document to installers, just so that installers can provide a plan set that is thorough and adequate for plan check. We're also going to start working on a corrections list, so a sample corrections list that will get a little bit more into the weeds as far as actual code requirements and the calculations themselves. But this is mostly just a document that's a little bit general and saying, show these specific calculations, but not how to do those calculations. And yeah, I believe that covers it.
So Alan, as you recall in the conference call, we decided to actually form a checklist for today's code, or what's going to be adopted in January 1st of 2017, which is going to be pretty much Article 480 and Article 690 when it comes to battery storage. Then we're going to create another one that actually will follow the 2017 Article 706. So we were going to be able to give that out there. So what we're trying to do is not only putting documents out there for California, we're trying to document it for the rest of the country. The other thing is we were going to incorporate what fire code as well as building code in there too. So this will not be just the electrical. So we're looking at doing the fire and the electrical.
Is this document available to us already? I checked the Google Docs.
Yeah, no, what we'd like to do is get to 85% ready and then share it out to the group for comment.
Yeah, and one thing also too before Bazad jumps on this, I'm sure, is that when I'm baiting him, is that we also talked about that we would do it so that there would be the electrical module, the fire module, the building module, so that those departments, those building departments that do have, or those jurisdictions that do have those separate versus those that have them combined can be adaptable for either one. I know, I didn't bait you because I said exactly what you were okay with.
His brain wasn't hasty enough.
And regarding having different code editions in place, we might not even need to make this plan check checklist separated into a 2014 version and a 2017 version, thankfully, because we didn't actually get into the different actual code citations for each of these. So depending on if we end up throwing code references for everything, I guess I'll determine whether we need to have multiple documents. But the corrections checklist, those will definitely sorted into a 2014 and a 2017 version, because that one's going to be, I think that like everything on that checklist will probably end up having at least one code reference, since that's kind of the intent of a successful plan check, in my opinion.
So I only have one comment on the title of this document.
Just
put the word electrical before plan check. That's all.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's fine.
Pete Jackson has made a comment. He said, sorry, as a member of the IAEI Strategic Planning Committee, I am not allowed to comment on issues related to that ongoing process.
I'm sure.
That was probably when we were
discussion.
Talking about
how he wasn't responding.
Yeah.
Oh, you just sent it 2 minutes ago.
All right. Okay, so then, Mustafa, would you and Ellen like this document shared out with?
Yes, And
The-
for comments, yeah.
Okay.
But this, again, it's not final. It's still, this is a work in progress.
All right. So those that are interested, I've got your names. We'll share this document out tomorrow via Google Docs and send you an invite to it to comment.
One thing on this document, question goes to the inspectors. Those are who are in this room. Is there something that we should ask on the plan that we have not addressed on this list?
Yeah, the next committee, which is led by Jim, so it's very important for you guys to be able to make comments.
That's what we need to get feedback. And if it's there, fine.
I've had the history of my food, so for me to make a comment right now, reserve the right next time.
Yeah, I'm designing it.
What
I don't
about
think
this
we
or this?
necessarily wait them next week.
Well, I understand.
And I agree with you.
But it's a feedback.
Well, we didn't take a lunch break. Yeah.
Yeah, in the Jim's committee, which is in charge of doing checklists for inspectors, there is mention of this into it, but not to this detail.
Yeah.
I understand.
Is it our hope and expectation that we have this approved by next month's meeting?
Well,
No.
what did,
Maybe.
Well, I think that we have and to be kind to Mustafa and why he's kind of struggling here is that there are a number of date conflicts.
yes.
I'll put it that way. And there's, we've had quite a lot of, on that committee, it's been interesting, we've had quite a lot of healthy discussion, great discussion, and I think that it was great that we started off just getting a, what do we need to address before identifying exactly what those specifics are, and I think that now it's going to be double the details, and
Maybe
I'm
if I,
betting it's going to be October.
right, but if I may just, Dr. Amelia is sitting here, to formalize this, I think you could do that within the next month or so. Getting the detail.
I think we could, I would think we could.
One input. This may not necessarily be the final when we finish, because when we start doing the correction list itself, we may run into something that was, oh, we should have asked this.
Absolutely.
I think that's the final question. The answer is no, it won't be ready by next month.
Maybe a question is this, maybe a question is this,
Well, he says
I think at this point,
Yeah.
just on, and maybe if this was titled, kind of like the draft outline, would that be a possibility to just put out there for people to comment, to say, oh, you missed this or that? I think that's what I
We
thought.
can do that by next month.
I would think we could do that a lot sooner,
Sooner. You could do it much sooner.
and just put it out as a draft outline.
I like that.
Don Hughes has a comment, fault current AIC question mark.
I think if you go
Yes,
down,
it's in there.
if you go down,
Line diagrams.
yeah, it doesn't have a full document if you go
So
down.
the calculation.
We have fault current.
Short circuit calculations.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
Yes.
What's involved in the 400 amp forecast.
Right.
Simple basis.
And regarding, again, what I was talking about, regarding 400 amp, we chose that. If anybody, if member wants to increase that, we'd like to know what the reasons are. Right? You know, right now, we're sticking with 400, just like the small PV, we make it at 200. Okay, so we limited this to 400 due to, when it gets higher than well, there's a couple of reasons. Utilities, giving the 400, the available short circuit, the issues with short circuit, the issues with giving 400 is much easier than when it gets into 600, getting to three-phase, and other complications that could come with it. So, but if you guys want to increase that, that should be no problem. I mean, with good reasons.
You're walking into a bigger
Right.
Well,
Especially if we
Short circuit and batteries.
limited single-phase residential structures, that'd be helpful.
Well, this is for 1 and 2, and as you and I know where we are, I have areas close to you that I got 1600 amp, single-family residence, 1200 amp, single-family residence, three-phase, low wire.
A lot of these corrections, as Jeff brought up, applies both on DC and AC.
Right.
So don't be surprised, ask the same question twice. we might have to go back and make more modifications on this, make it short.
Why wouldn't we follow the same model as like AB 2188 where it limits it at 225 and we say under the current?
That's why the 400 amp was just because we felt comfortable that we could, that you'd get about, you definitely get at least 80-90% of installation. First of all, that's one part. And that second of all, it's that when you go over the 400 amps, then it gets, like you said, more complicated. But if you can go, why limit it to 25 amp when you're okay at 400 amp as well?
I thought we
So
said
that was
800.
the thought. That was why we arrived at that number.
Even at 400, it's not
That difficult.
it's simple, but it's doable.
But it's not.
It's doable.
It just starts to be this logarithmic curve. Once you start to
Again, when you're looking at small PV, 225 or less, the requirement for PV applies to 1 megawatts based on that small PV. I mean, the foundation is there. You just apply it, but it's more complicated. So when it gets more complication, that's what you just don't want the industry to say, well, if I do this, can I have it done in that 1 to 3 days? Yeah. So okay, over counter.
All right. So we happy with that document so far, and then we're going to move on to the inspection checklist and guidelines, which Jim has been leading.
Sure.
I'll go to that, which is here. I know Charles is, he's the custodian of this document, right?
Yeah, Charles Picard has been involved. He was trapped in a meeting today, so he's not on the call. But basically, you know, this is not meant to be really standalone, but these are meant to be inspection checklist items that would be associated with an energy storage system. So I do think we need to probably copy some of the material from the plan check header.
Yeah.
That kind of defines, like, this is really associated with less than 400 amp services. That whole lead-in, I think, could be applied to this.
All right.
So these are kind of the components that we came out of. It's not a very long list, but basically, does the solar energy battery storage or its component bear the mark of a nationally recognized test lab or a relevant standard? Were the manufacturer's installation instructions followed? Charge controllers and related components installed in accordance with its listing and manufacturer's instructions. Completed installation free from obvious defects, performed in a neat and workmanlike manner. We've tried to, Charles did a good job of kind of referencing the codes here. And he kind of, the way this flows is kind of from the beginning of the code to the end. So that's why you're seeing references from 110. Working clearances, does the installation match the approved plans? Selected wiring methods are appropriate for the location. Conduit and fittings properly installed. Equipment grounding conductor is identified as either bare, green, or green with a continuous yellow stripe from 250. Grounded conductor identified properly. Fuses are adequately sized out of 690 and 240. Where the energy storage output terminals are more than a foot, basically 1.5 meters or 5 feet, or where the output passed through a wall or partition, is there a disconnecting means and overcurrent protection provided. The energy storage system is marked with the maximum operating voltage. Sign that indicates the type and location of on-site optional power sources for energy storage device. Disconnecting means is not within sight of PV system. AC or DC disconnecting means, then placards or directories should be installed. We want to look at those during the inspection. If applicable, batteries are properly ventilated. We kind of need this to cover more than just the newest battery systems that are coming out. Battery backup system voltage is limited to 50 volt DC nominal. And then battery DC conductors are protected from accidental contact. So this is our best sort of short list for inspection. But we know that it will probably grow over time, as we start seeing it. And the question I had was, I'm not sure if we're going to try and put these into a format where, I'd like Sparky's input on this, are we going to try to put these into a format that the inspector can just walk out onto the site, or, and if so, then there's a lot of other stuff that probably has to go in here. But this is really targeted at an electrical inspection, Sparky.
Right.
And we know we might need more input from fire.
Yeah, we need a fire overview and codes.
Talk about getting Andrew Penning involved. And then we know that it's not necessarily covering building.
This is just a thought.
Yeah.
You know how we come up with a list you saw for the design for purpose of going through the time check process. Can you guys come up with a list for the installer, what they should be prepared to do and go to the field installation, like that links to some of these issues that you have here, like ventilation, location, whatever that is.
Sure.
So that way, they kind of get an idea, oh, I got to be aware of this thing. And of course, this list would serve really good to the inspector go there and say, no, you didn't provide this. So maybe you guys need to come up with that kind of list first, like we did. And then from there, you can branch it up and say, oh, yeah, I need additional items, whatever.
Yeah, what we could do is, we use what we call a JCO at the end of the jobs, a job checkout list or a job commissioning list, and we could basically, just put that in there.
It's preparing for the inspector.
Exactly. So they have something
parties, right?
to walk themselves before inspector shows up, say, oh, yeah, I've done this, that, blah, 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 whatever that is.
Yeah, we could.
Something like that. So it would serve two documents, preparing them for inspection, and then when the inspector comes, he can actually say, oh, yeah, they've done all these things. So I don't need to necessarily go through all this list, 20 items or whatever.
Most inspectors already know what they're going to be looking for when they go in, so a list for them is
Exactly.
very basic.
So that
unless
list-
it's a fairly new inspector that's coming in online.
But that list is for the installer, not for the inspector.
Yeah, no, but this checklist is, like I said, for most inspectors, we already know working clearance. We
But-
already know
But
this
isn't
and
that an advantage, though, to have at least a kind of that, oh, in your jurisdiction, you're checking this, and the staff is not, or vice versa? I mean,
we get those questions all the time.
This list
I know,
serves
wouldn't it be
two
helpful
purposes.
to, I hadn't thought about doing I don't want to check
It's how you do the checklist. If you do it, if you just, okay, you gotta look at this and look at this, but if you don't do it in a manner that how an inspector is going to look at it on the job site.
Agreed.
Yeah.
No different than what we have with the inspection checklist right now, the solar planning guidebook. I would assume that that's what it'll be.
Yeah, that's why, for a single family that we've already got something that we're already supposed to look at. It's the same basic stuff.
Right, so that since this is one and two family, wouldn't we be taking that kind of format, because everybody's, and partly because everybody's used to it too.
Yeah.
You're directly on the right target with this. A checklist isn't, a training tool. The inspector should already have a grip on it. This is something that, maybe a newer inspector would rely on a little more, but it introduces transparency for all of us. It's something we can put up on our websites. Everybody kind of knows what we'll be looking at. An inspector who's more seasoned can use that just as a, I'm done with my inspection. Did I forget anything?
I was just a reminder this more for an installer than anything else, because the installer should be doing all those things on there before I get there. Yes. And if it is done by the installer, then I don't need a checklist. I'm already familiar with it. That's why, the installer is more important to me than the inspector because we provide tons of training for them.
This will be a useful tool for the training. We're going to roll through our training and we're going to go through this checklist one by one.
Right.
So are you thinking like another document outside of the 3 that we're dealing with today?
No, I was just envisioning as installer who's just either seasoned installer or just got into the market. What is the inspector is going to be looking at and what the plan check has already done that he's going to be making sure that they report it. At least for that purpose. But this kind of list, it's good to have no matter where you go in any jurisdiction because we'll make sure that, yeah, these are all the issues that they're going to typically run into majority of the time. Okay, it's there. Now, if the inspector
what I'm trying to say is that the checklist should parallel both the installer and the inspector. It should have basically the same items and the same sequence.
It would be, there's certain things that not necessarily an inspector would write a correction for. It's like, okay, just to take an example, ventilation. Did I provide adequate ventilation? Okay, yeah, did you put a fan? Did you do this? Whatever that is. And of course, the inspector comes in, looks at it, check, walk away. He doesn't even necessarily have to say anything. Now, if it's not there, then you may have to write something.
Yeah.
John?
I think that what you're pointing out is what we went through in the plan check.
Right.
Was in the plan check, we started off with something that was more structured like this, with a lot of questions. And then what we did was we simply decided to organize in a couple of buckets. Okay, just high level, what am I checking? I got to check this, this,
Yeah.
and not getting into the code section or anything like that, but stepping back and going, it's like, okay, what do I have to look at? I'm going to need to make sure that the installation instructions are there. I need to make sure that there's that I can see the rating plate. I'm going to check the rating plates. I'm going to check for the plans. Whatever it is going to be, and simply putting it in that just to make sure that. And then we did that so that we would then go back and say, okay, what are all the code requirements, and make sure that we didn't miss anything. But what we think what we need to do, rather than
one of the important things, they're reading installation instruction.
And I'm sorry,
a lot of times they don't.
Our correction list, the plan check is that we talked about is that we have that kind of that draft outline, if you will, and then we'll have a correction checklist, which is going to be the detail.
Right.
And I think that what you're saying, this is the detail. And
to me, this is detail.
Right.
Means something at about 30,000
Okay.
feet.
Well, and
this is at about 3,000.
Yeah, and there's other issues in there that the inspectors come up with, or that, or the other municipalities, because I've run into this too. I'm on a strategy committee for an FPA, and we kind of talk about stuff like this, sidebars. Yeah, well, one of the issues with different states, different locations, is that, okay, I got a battery system, I'm putting it in the garage. Where in my code says it has to have a protected barrier. We don't have to run this car. That's why certain jurisdictions have that. So we may have to kind of think a little bit outside of the box, not just sit with, okay, this is the code, but you may also have to do this for what you think. Because there's nothing in our code that says, hey, I got a battery box in here, and my wife decides to run the car into it. Just like the washer and dryer they have out there, they put a barrier there, but there's nothing in the code for it. But there might be other things that we might want to mention.
not in the electrical, but it's in the
Yeah, the code, but not mine. But if you're talking to a combined, he may.
Yeah, but that's why this is not.
Yeah,
this should not be solely electrical in here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it has to be combined, but still, in the building code, I don't see whether it's that or plumbing mechanical.
Well, I remember last week you mentioned, John, that in the building code there's a number of proposed additions or changes in the upcoming code that would relate. And I'm a little concerned that we're getting that confusing overlap between the electric code, building codes, fire codes that pertain to energy storage. Do you have any comments as to how that can be managed?
Well, my suggestion would be is what I see us already doing in the plan check one, is that we have, here is what you have of your current California code. And then here is what 706 is doing. And so you have two separate look, and then we were going to do some comparison and such, and figure out what one can do. The second is that is do the same thing in the building, same thing to do on the fire part of it. And also I believe that, and I'm jumping to the next one, is that a little bit, is that on the FAQs, what I think the way to do it is to say, here's what is in current code. This is what these are the key changes that current code is addressing from a higher level.
During the meetings, you
and then to say there is code activity
breaks or anything. People I don't know.
Future, and this is the future where it's going, just so that people can hopefully see that there is. This is now,
because they do it in.
And this is what's being discussed but not finalized.
Well, I guess my question is based on
I think that
eventually go get rid of the conference.
Yeah, because we only break for lunch.
Yeah, I host a meeting for
no, I don't think so, because frankly, what you find in most,
so I just throw those in.
in my opinion, I think you're getting a lot of the same usual suspects.
Okay, so there is some level of coordination.
I mean, yeah, everybody
feel better.
Who, they don't want to have their aux cords in one.
Okay, I feel a lot better about that.
Don Hughes had a comment.
Okay.
I hate checklists that imply that is a complete list of what the field inspector will be or needs to be looking at. Can this be a basic inspection guidelines?
Well, since he was the author of the quote-unquote checklist in the Solar Purchase Guidebook, what was the terminology he used for the title of that? And then we'll just use that, and then Don should be okay.
Well, in that one, but I would recommend that we add the word guidelines after the word checklist in the title of that document, just to alleviate the concerns, because if SEAC is issuing, everything we do is guidelines, right?
But the question I have is, whatever the terminology is used in the Solar Permitting Guidebook, use the same terminology.
Valid.
Yeah. That would make us not learn from more mistakes.
Yes.
But the short, I guess I'd say the
nobody objected to what the language was on titling that checklist, or whatever it is, that list, those pages in the Solar Permitting Guidebook. That's all I'm saying.
Don Hughes says the guidebook is a process.
As a supervisor sometimes of people who are in the field doing the installation, they often ask, what can they make me do? Do you have a list of things that they can make me do? And I keep explaining, they can make you do anything they want because they're issuing the certificate at the time. You've got to reasonably understand that this is a checklist that covers the majority of situations. But if you walk into a garage, and we see it happening, and the homeowner says, it'll be clear, and you walk in, and here's a can of paint, and here's a can of kerosene, and here's my Coleman stove, I want to put the battery right here. You have to sometimes say, this is not the right place.
Unless that's the inspection.
That's right, you have to give the inspector some.
He's getting the inspector.
So back to Michelle, you said, what did Don say again?
Don says the guidebook is a process. The AHJ adopts ordinances, and if the list is not complete, they are encouraging their inspectors to limit that code and get into debates in the field because the installer expected them to stick to that list.
All right, so I would say that this is no different. This is a process. And so therefore, you have the very beginning of this collection of 3 documents, or possibly a few more, but these 3, the products of these 3 task groups comes together as one, and it's basically an ESS, an energy storage system guidebook. That's all it is, and no different. So I don't see why you have to say guidelines.
I would just don't want to guidelines.
Or guidelines. Yeah. It's a guidebook. It's guidelines. It's no different.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
Informational guidelines.
Well, So we get away from
Informational,
yeah.
what do you have to say informational? It's just guidelines.
Yeah, you can use guidelines.
I'm sorry, Pete, that's influencing me on these
There was comment made that it's recommended practices only when it's a real problem.
If you say checklist,
But when it's something new.
Somebody just going through, okay, did that?
For 2703, we called it an informational bullet.
Well, what I'm saying is you don't have to say guidelines tempered throughout inside the document, inside documents. Just say it. And here's a series of, and this is overall guidelines.
Yeah.
And inside you can say inspection checklist, plan checklist, whatever.
Once you go to checklist, depending on who's over the municipality, that inspector may say, oh, this is all I have to look at, and there may be more issues that come up in that inspection.
You could always put an additional item on the checklist that says other local jurisdictional requirements or something.
Whatever the inspector felt like that day. Is that what you want to put down?
Don Hughes.
That would be a good
90-4.
Whether he likes you or not. I mean,
John, would you mind letting everybody know what 90-4 means?
Means that you guys can walk on water. Why? You guys can do whatever is necessary. Actually, to be less flippant, it is basically it allows you, the HJ, to make a determination if there is a need to do something that is not necessarily covered in the code, and it is necessary for that particular situation.
Yeah, there is that provision in the code, and I don't think we're going down that road with this group particularly. What we want to do is help everybody from the installer to the inspector and finally the person that's putting bill that they get the system they want. Information is great and everything else, so I like to keep it as information because it gives it a broader sense and it doesn't sound like it's mandatory that this is the only thing I'm looking at. And then I also look at, probably there was an article in OEI I think it was this last one that said that most municipalities are going to combine in one way or another.
That was the discussion last week.
Yeah. Yes. And we had a long discussion on that with my NFPA group and our strategy group that, we have to look at it that I'm a dinosaur, I'm a specialist in what I do. I know enough about everything else to be real dangerous, but when you look at it overall, and I've talked to a lot of municipalities, electrical is one of the things, I'm not been great at this, but we still have to provide that overall timing, because that's what it is. We got the combines, we got the building, we got the plumbing, we got the mechanical. And we start talking battery storage. I doubt if I'll ever see one that requires ventilation because they're all sealed. And that's where, if you have a lead acid battery system, then that's where ventilation comes in. And I've done hundreds of batteries in my career. I did UPS systems for 10 years. So I did from very small systems to big systems. So ventilation is probably never going to happen in any of these systems. Unless it's...
We never know what happens because that's going to be a very good job. Always expect and unexpected.
Yeah, unless the guy can go down and get, the 350-pound lead acid gel, wet cell batteries, which I don't think anybody wants to make anymore for the racking system.
The homeowner's not going to do that because the lead acid system requires a lot.
Actually, I have one place in West LA a long time ago. I put in his old system back in the 80s, and he's got and that was all that was available, but they're all outside. I don't think we'll see that type of ventilation.
That's part of Michelle's been holding up her injured hand for a long time.
And that's why she's got this on. Actually, she has that on because of habits happening earlier.
Well, Don Hughes just said, I would suggest adding some verbiage to indicate it is a list of major inspection components, guidelines for the inspection of the most common elements of an energy storage system.
I totally agree with Don, and I would say that's in the end product, that when you put this whole thing together, then you explain how these documents are used.
Yeah.
I agree totally with putting down the caveats, but you don't have to put them down now.
Don, you just volunteer yourself on the next conference call on the special checklist to be on it.
And I also think you ought to just fly out for all of these on CST's time so you can help out. It would be, what was that you said earlier, Jeff? That's the financial contribution.
Well, that's DOE funded.
Yeah, I know he's probably.
See you at SPI in Cabo in a couple of weeks.
Not just get started.
Oh, and just,
My wife wants to know how you have kept me quiet.
yeah, yes, that's what I said.
I just wonder. I know my wife that wasn't playing.
Just because I can't talk, I can't hear you.
Why did you do that?
Welcome, Don. All right, so are we complete with the inspection checklist discussion?
And I'm assuming these groups are going to be working here over the next few weeks to come up with this draft by next meeting.
Yeah,
okay.
and share it out.
So is the consensus that we should come up with a summary version to this, per John's point, that more matches the plan check format or the plan checklist format?
Yeah.
You know, summary and then use this as backup, or do you want me to summarize this in terms of the inspection?
I think it's beneficial to have two documents.
The benefit, I think, would be as well to make sure that there is not a disparity between what's going to be done in the plan check and what's going to be done in the inspection.
Okay.
I think it's probably the biggest reason for doing it, frankly, the most pragmatic reason for doing it.
Right.
But still, I wouldn't throw this away at all.
No, we won't lose this
Yeah.
detail. We won't lose this detail,
This is what I think is then the outcome.
but we'll summarize it on the front.
It is, I think it's, in my opinion, it's important to have one for the installers who's day in, day out, that's seeing they're running into issues in the field, they didn't think about it at the design stage. And now they're installing and they say, oh, look at read the installation instruction and it says, da, 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 da. Now, Mr. Inspector, can you help me out? I said, can't do it. Say, where it's all started. So if we had a list, something like that, it would help.
So kind of what we're saying is that this inspection checklist also included fire and building. It would be directed toward installers and contractors, right? And then we pull out and it would be high level for inspectors.
This is too detailed. We need something.
Too detailed for
That's
installers.
That's why I weighed in on it, is because if it's directed towards inspectors and you hand an inspector this list, and it's not all-inclusive, and he goes out there and something burns that house down, he's going to be pointing at the AHJ and saying, hey, you guys handed me this list, that's not, you know, that's not in my code. And plus you get arguments with people out in the field over that. It's a great list.
We didn't hear any of that.
Can you hear me now?
It's okay, Don. I heard you.
Sunny has provided you a great way to be involved.
That's the YouTube list out there.
There's always that, you know, a list, anytime you have a list, even if you have a laundry list in the code, and those are the worst, or when it says, well, you shall have this equipment, which shall include but not be limited to, I love that phrase, and then it has a whole bunch of items, and invariably you're going to forget a couple of things.
Yeah. And, you know,
I acknowledge that. It's life. But on the flip side, people like having a list so they can have something to kind of check it.
I think it makes the process smooth.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is if you have one list for installers, one list for inspectors, they should be pretty much similar, parallel to each other so that there's no ambiguity, you know.
Yeah, but
working clearance.
When you look at 30,000 feet, you're looking at major issues. I don't know what that is.
But maybe like the installer should hold on to some of the
Installer
packaging.
standard. How that
Maybe the
impacts
installer should
design.
hold on to, that's not going to be something that the inspector.
Well, sometimes,
Yeah, I know.
I got one that's going pretty good right now, dealing with installation instructions. But like I said, the same thing. My installer has working clearance and then software installation instruction. That should be over here for inspection because they should run kind of parallel. You never know what an inspector is going to ask for. And as you know, I've got the best group for doing so, for bringing up certain issues.
Like installation instruction.
They're fabulous at it.
Proper connectors, issues with
I was
wire
gonna say something else,
cables,
but
whatever.
it's
Those things,
You can
might not necessarily look at the plan check, but it's going to be looked at the inspection stage. Well, did they know about those issues before they go and purchase these things? And the inspector says it's no good. Those are the items, not necessarily what they're going to necessarily see in plan check, or what they're going to be installing in things. So those are the issues in safety.
Yeah. Where I get the issues are installation. Some of the code issues are mainly following those installation instructions for how the product is supposed to be installed. Because that could be more restrictive than what my code is or their design. And I'll be quite honest with you, I got a couple of things working right now. When I brought up these installation instruction issues, it was like everybody goes, there's installation instructions.
Are those the documents that are filed in the dumpster?
No, they're not filed in the dumpster, they're swept away to the recycle bin.
There may be even issues where it affects the calculation, because manufacturer says you got to do this, and they didn't do it, and then goes to the job site, the inspector look at the installation instruction, wait a second, you have to do these things too, your plan doesn't show, go back to plan check, whoops, slow down, see? I've seen that happen too many times.
Yeah, we're good.
That's just because they will come back and talk to
I
you.
just don't want to.
And there are some of those installation instructions with what they have designed. It may be a major design, a major install that they're never going to be able to comply with it. And like I said, installation instructions, especially dealing with all the different facets and parts of this industry, is critical because at my end they're going, okay, what I'm dealing with now, it's like, okay, person who fabricated it, person who built it, the engineer that looked at it and said, we're going to use all this stuff. Now we've got the contractor installing it, and they're at that point where they need an inspection. The inspector goes out, well, how are you going to deal with this? Well, where's the installation instructions? And then it comes around, you say it to me, and I go, okay, here's the installation. How are you going to comply with this requirement from the installer? This is dealing with one facet of the component. In other words, this is the panel manufacturer says you have to do this. How are you complying with this? Because everything you just did doesn't. And of course, what's the first words out of their mouth? Plan check approved it. It's that. So making sure that those statements that following the manufacturer's installation instructions should be always number one on these checklists. Because by the time it gets to me, and I've got a project there, and I'm just going, turn it on, let you have it, when? What year? Not this one, it looks like. You guys got to do all this. And so often I have to play bad guy a lot. And it's not what I would like to, but then if you look at the chain all the way back, who designed it? Didn't you look at it? But yet, us as an inspection, we're always the bad guys. But like I said, if you put information up there that says, provide manufacturing installation instructions for everything, then you've got a document. You got, everyone sees it in this checklist, installer, to design.
All right.
That's my big thing on that. Now get off my soapbox.
All right.
Okay. And like I said, it's just a small notation right up front. That fell off. Got back on.
Yeah, like I said, these
I had too much coffee this morning.
There was ADA protection around.
these were ordered, by code.
Yeah, yeah.
Just at a starting point. They don't have to be in that order. So we can start anywhere we want.
Yeah. That was always the number one for the, I've trained my inspectors. Now, first thing you ask for is a plan and installation instructions.
Yes. Great.
Great.
So they read those?
Get that one on the plan check guideline too.
I am curious, since so much of, in the past, in solar, nobody had installation instructions by and large. It was not even a discussion point until 2703, and now, of course.
Actually, before 2703, they did have to read, they just didn't realize it.
Well, that's a valid point, meaning there's a new awareness.
110.3b is going to be.
It's a valid point. I think the dilemma was, for a variety of reasons, it wasn't felt to be as critical of the considerations. My question is, do people truly read these installation instructions? Because in the ranking run, as you probably appreciate, the County of LA
I can't speak for other municipalities and stuff like that. And John can attest to this, and so can the other testing agencies. My inspectors read a lot, and they ask for this information, plus a lot of us old ones tell them they have to look for that information. That's my group.
You have a comment from the field.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I was wondering, are there any, because some instruction, like manufacturer instruction, it's like 60 pages. Right, so are there any possibility we can transform it to be like electronic? Or because right now we have to print it all and submit it to plan check?
We have no problem. If you can email it to my inspectors in a PDF, that's not a problem. We do that all the time.
Yeah, I think that's a function of each jurisdiction. If I'm not mistaken, LA County, at least, and correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody here from LA County does accept electronic form submissions, so you don't have to print out that. I would say for most racking companies, 60 pages is probably on the low end of the document. So many of these are getting to be 100 pages, which is why I'm asking this question now, because we do need to, it is a legal document. The installation instructions are a legal document. And now that you have installation instructions for 2703 that are quite lengthy, and every manufacturer, dozens of them, have their own lengthy document. Now energy storage systems, it's putting a bigger burden, I would say, on building official to verify that what's stated in the installation instructions is actually being done in the system design and the installation.
Well, I have a hard time with it because 110.3b has been around for as long as I can remember, and at least for 35 years, if not more. And yeah, so there's older guys than me.
I understand that. It's just the nature of...
And the other thing, and maybe, a lot of things I think, I'll say, I think there are a lot of things that may be a surprise to the solar industry, but being as nascent as it is. But the thing is that for the general electrical community, the general code community, it's really not something new. And the other thing, too, is that for the likes of Sonny and myself, and there's guys from QII here as well, is that we are, and I want to be clear, those installation instructions are not just the manufacturer's instructions of what to do. Those instructions are reviewed by the certification organization. We verify that everything that's in there is either, it's what's the minimum of what's required in the standard, and also making sure that it doesn't conflict with anything.
Well, let me.
Here's the bottom listing report.
Right.
Specifically mentioned. And
that's why 110.3b says it should be installed.
Can I reel us back in for a minute? We can't lose sight of how this group got started. Let's keep this to the basics, and this might help you a little bit too. The whole reason this group got started was in response to Assembly Bill 2188. And what was that big loud message? What was that thunderbolt from the state? We need to facilitate permits and approvals. We need to be thinking electronically. This series of documents that we're producing, we need to sell this to jurisdictions too and encourage them. We need to think electronically here. And we don't need a bunch of paper. And our inspectors should have remote devices. They should be looking at things electronically in the field. The plan checkers should be looking at PDFs on the computer screen. We need to put that on these documents too.
We're trying to facilitate approvals. For this is a tool and a guideline. Where this issue came up on this particular installation, it's not your normal installation. First thing the inspector did is he looked at the installation. One, it's a canopy system, right? But it's not your usual canopy system. So there's a bunch of variances in it and everything else. So the inspector wrote them up and said, okay, your support system, tell us how you deal with 2703 with your support system. And then it went from there, and that's where our the approved plans came and it says they are using this particular manufacturer's PV panel. Great. Where's the installation instructions for that? Well, that person sent me one page. There's actually 18 pages to the installation instructions. Page 4, 5, and 6 were the ones that related to me. That panel, that system does not comply with any of those mounting requirements or the grounding requirements for that panel manufacturer. So my question back to the designers and everything else, how are you going to meet this requirement from this particular solar panel manufacturer? And the system he's using does not even come close to the system that they want to hold it, because how they have to install it to meet the one they got.
This is a great example, incidentally, because this was a frameless module being put into window frame structure, which would be 2703 listed.
Yeah. Now, we're not talking about the bigger companies and stuff like that that do it right. We get all kinds of companies in as an inspections, and sometimes I think there's room focus just on the professionals we have here. We're not actually looking at some of the other operations that we have out there. And we've got to kind of make sure that we're meeting those needs of the other people. Like I said, installation instruction, 60 pages? That's small. I got 253 pages on another type of equipment installation instructions that go down at the harbor. So they're not much. Electronically, we don't have a problem with it anymore. Neither would Mustafa. I don't think Sparky here would have a problem with it. That's what we're there. But
I talk about like electronically while inspection.
yeah, my guys all have laptops.
Yeah, that's a growing trend for sure. But my comment really was more a function of this. We as SEAC, and quite honestly, my role with CalSEA, I feel that one of the things that we need to raise the level of awareness with solar installers and with building officials is that while this requirement to use installation instructions is not new from a code perspective, totally acknowledge that, the complexity that comes into place with installation instructions specifically for PV racking systems and now for energy storage is probably one of the more complex installation instructions that most building officials have to contend with. It might not be the most complex, but it's hard for me right now to imagine. And the reason I say this is for 2703, it's unlike a refrigerator or an inverter or a module. This is an assemblage of components that's put together in the field by a broad array of work people. And I think that that complicates deciphering all of the critical elements in installation instructions and making sure they're being done properly. So it's merely an observation and something that in my role of helping educate solar installers, I'm making a significant point of the fact that in the past, most solar installers didn't read installation instructions with too much depth. So probably where they spent most of the time is the grounding of the modules, which is fairly straightforward, and the wiring of the inverter. But again, when you look at those two issues, that's a fairly limited amount of information. Now with 27.3 and now with energy storage systems, the amount of information that's contained in those installation instructions that's critical is much more extensive than what solar contractors in the past have focused on. So it's merely a function of raising the level of awareness with solar installers and buildings.
And I don't disagree with what you said, Jeff, but what I'm trying to get at is a couple other points I don't want to be missed as well. And that is, one, is that I don't care what the product is that's listed. There are installation instructions. And I don't want to say, well, 2703 instructions and energy storage systems are far more complicated and far more important, or give that impression. I just want to make sure we don't have that impression that because these guys, these AHJs around the room, they're going to be looking at those installation instructions no matter if they're 5 pages, or they're 1 page, or they're 200 pages. But the second thing I wanted to say, and is that I'll acknowledge certainly that probably in the solar industry, that those two that you noted, those two areas are probably the more complicated installation instructions. Sure, but for the HAs in this room, they see there's many other electrical systems, electrical products that actually I've seen far more complicated installation instructions than those areas. So
Good, so the building department shouldn't have any problem, no.
So what I'm saying is what I'm saying is that it's to say it as an encouragement to you that I don't think these guys, it's not something that, oh my God, all of a sudden they're having to read or not, don't know how to handle getting mammoth instructions. They have had that, and they have means to deal with that.
Understood, but one thing I would say, and this was a recommendation, and I believe with markings and manuals for 2703, we might have helped clarify this. My thought was, I would like to make it fairly clear to installers and building officials where the critical, important information in those installation manuals is found. So, for example, I would venture to say Zep's installation manual is over 100 pages now. I say that because it was like 80-some-odd pages about 3 years ago. Ours is getting up to that point of being, close to the 100-page mark. And my thought is, I don't want to make it complicated for an installer or a building official to figure out where you look at the ground path diagram. It should be clearly called out in a table of contents. So I think we can change those rules to make that stuff easier for everybody.
And as for the inspector, I don't, if I'm looking at electrical, and my specifics are the electrical connection. So if you email, if you take that out, pop out those pages, make a PDF of them, and we can verify them on our own way. I have no problem with just those few pages, not 128. Because I don't care, about everything else and the history and this and that comes with it. I'm looking for this.
So what it is the installer is supposed to, as we discussed, is supposed to have the installation instruction handy for the inspector to verify. That is given, just like John is saying. But when it comes into this particular issue that we're talking about vacuum systems, yes, there are complex issues. Some of them are extremely complex. We don't know if all those parts and pieces are supposed to be going together. So what I've done, as I've been accused on my spare time, I have recognized 18 different, yes, I do have a very spare time working for the county.
You're sleeping.
Yes, I do that that's first. When I get there, I sleep first. But on my spare time, I actually recognize 18 companies. And their installation instruction is on the county website as we speak. And we are making it mandatory for inspectors if you need to verify. It's there for you. You have a tablet, you have a smartphone, please do so.
And an inspector is going to use the instructions just like a code book. They're going to hunt and find what they need. They're not going to read it cover to cover.
Absolutely.
But then we get like the alcohols. The other alcohol I'm working on right now is combined inspector, road correction, install battery inverter system, 110.3 A and B.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the guy that put it together built it all himself.
Yeah.
And I gave him a 3R box. He's got car batteries in there. He's got the inverters. He's got I don't know where he got the disconnect switch on the put on the side. He's got all the he built the whole thing himself, the whole enclosure and everything himself. It's quite impressive.
So
listen.
kind of closing this out so we can move on for Mustafa and Jim.
That's one of them.
As long as we get on the plan check guidelines, that we have the instructions and then on.
Yes, absolutely.
And like I said, the only
they're
thing,
available. That's all.
Bring it back to all the checklists and everything else. First statement should be they should have installation instructions. Now they want to provide them electronically or whatever, but that's the installer's responsibility. If it's in the inspector's checklist, we already know a lot of the inspectors are going to ask for it. But the installer's got there. He knows it. That should always be the #1 thing on the checklist.
I'm just going to add this. We've been told by some of my inspectors that some of the installers are very organized. I actually have a binder.
Yeah, they are.
And the inspector shows up, and this is a true story. I'm not trying to. As the inspector shows up, he actually holds it in his hand, or he actually hands it to the inspector saying, okay, well, if the inspector asks, well, again, don't forget, part of the AB 2188 checklist is we require videos and photos. So a lot of installers these days are, hey, I got this ready. Do you want to see pictures, or here's my iPhone or my smartphone, I can show you good news.
Yes. And we have a lot of the installers do provide us with that. We have installers that, this may be the first, second try out of the gate in LA or somewhere else. So, like I said, I make everything generic as much as possible. We know who the good installers are. We have no problems with. We have all the other. We have the ones that are okay, and then we have the other ones that we need to hold their hands a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So, and as this group is that we look at it as an overall group, which we do, which is great. Like I said, the first thing I hear a lot, and I talk to a lot of people in different areas of the United States, and that's always one of the things. Instructions, or they put it in according to this. So it's not just a local issue. It's not just a California issue.
Right.
And I was talking to guys in Louisiana, North Dakota and stuff. Yeah, they do have solar systems in North Dakota.
Oh, they are inspectors up there too.
Yes. Yes, they do.
You guys hear me?
They're reporters.
Right, so John, are you ready to give us a progress report on your energy storage systems FAQ information bulletin? I've got it up here on the screen.
Yes. So, first of all, is that the thought was that we had in our task group, and what we discussed was to put to structure the Q&A, the FAQs in the same manner as we had done, and the same type of order as we had done to make it easy for calling through to find what we want, as we did with the 2703, using the 2703 FAQ as a model, if you will. And so what you'll see is that we have down the questions, and what is like in the A, and the inset there is just to make sure that we capture those points within those particular answers. The answers haven't obviously been put together, and I guess I'm not as smart as Mustafa or Jim, who find other scribes to assist. But so I myself am the scribe as well. So, and I was working on putting together just a draft to have the discussion for the next task group meeting, and in the intervening time last week at the Southwestern Section meeting for IAEI, the International Association of Electrical Inspectors. As you may recall, Mustafa reminded you guys all of that meeting, and a couple of us were there. Mustafa and Dave was, Pete Jackson was there, Justin Dees were there, Mark, Tiffany, Lee. Yeah, so there were several of us there, and there was a fabulous presentation that was given by Pam Cole. Pam is the lucky person who inherited Dave Conover's projects at DOE. Or, her organization, the Pacific Northwest Lab, has been in contract for as long as I can remember with DOE to provide them technical support. Anyway, I talked with Pam, and I'm going to be plagiarizing. I think plagiarization is kind of like one of the most what is the flattering thing to do, I guess. I think it is. We always were told in school not to plagiarize, but in business world, it's kind of unless there's a copyright on it, it's a good thing to do, right? So anyway, she's provided me with a document with her copy of her presentation. I'm going to because there were some really good short answers, not war and peace, but short answers, and that really boil it down. So I'm now that I have that, I'm going to be bringing that, doing that, pulling together. I picked up, because they would have been thrown away by the hotel staff, is I picked up the the handouts that Pam actually had for her presentation. And this is a really high, this is extremely high level, higher than what ours will be for the, well, ours will be on the FAQ, but I'm certainly going to plan to reference it. And I don't know if I can get it back there. Oh, you need a paper airplane throw it back at you. Anyway, I think that this is just give you a nice overview. I think that this is a little too high, I think, for what we're wanting. I think that, and there's certainly a number of questions very specific about codes and standards that are not addressed in here that we're wanting to address. But also at the same time, I don't think in FAQs we want to be necessarily be a full dissertation on the subject either. So we'll be somewhere in between, but probably closer to this than War and Peace. Anyway, so the way it's structured on the questions is basically, and a question of Michelle and Paula, I haven't looked to see that yet, but are these put up as a draft on the Google Docs or not?
Yes, it is in Google Docs, but I haven't shared it out yet.
Okay, perfect, because we're the same reason that we wanted to flesh out, get that 80%, and then open it up to the wild for people, because it's a lot easier. If we left it like this, everybody's going to start filling in all sorts of answers and all that stuff, and it's going to be a really fun task to try to. I think it's a lot easier to have a strong end, if you will. That's what at least what I've referred to before is have something that you can attack and tear apart. But the way the questions are is basically what is the system? What is the system? What are the key factors and issues for the energy storage systems? What are the applicable standards? What is the difference between a listed system and the listed parts? It's probably not the best wording there, but I'll maybe come up with something better. And can I use use repurposed batteries, the electrical vehicle batteries that have spent their outspent their use in the car, but can I repurpose those in an installation? What is this? And then get into what is the status of the standards development? What is, and that's where I was talking earlier in response to Jeff's question about a snapshot of what is now and a snapshot of what is under development, and make clear that there is that distinction. So, because I think that head-on saying it, this is what's happening in the future, then it will help to keep people focused on, oh, well, that's not, everybody, when they hear something, they think, oh, that's applicable right now. And it's like, not everything right now. And because it's a moving target. Until that proverbial operatic singer is sung her last note, it's not over until that's done. Anyway, so and then there's what are the minimum installation requirements, and again structuring it so that here's what is current, or actually do it by addition year. I think will help people to go, oh, so there's nothing in for example, in the IOC right now, in the 2015, but there is going to be something in the 2018. So then you can look at it and go, oh, in this edition, that's what, just like we did with the UL 27.3, we said this is what code and what general section.
Can you scroll up onto this?
Sure. Is that because you caught the word plan check down there, or you just didn't want to see plan check? No. You didn't want to see plan check. Yeah. Scroll it down a little bit more so you can't see plan check.
No, you saw the plan check, but I'm sure you saw the description too.
One thing I don't see in this list would be good to have.
Yes, sir.
Is that what are the different types of batteries can I use, or something like that.
So it's just kind of a general description of lead acid
Something.
versus lithium ion.
There are
Is
so many
that what you're talking about?
different, something.
Okay, so I'll grab.
Versus prepackaged versus not.
So are you asking about the different type of battery technologies, or are you talking about
both? Because you can have prepackaged in one unit, like Tesla, or you can have individual ones.
So
and then take-
on your second one, that's kind of what 4 was after. Was if I have a system versus I have separate parts. I mean, as in, and I think
this is
that's
FAQ, right? This is FAQ. So someone want to look at it and say, well, can I use lead acid? Well, yeah, you can, but what else is there? Kind of they can see.
Also,
And
I think
packaged versus non-packaged.
right. Our title is energy storage system. We're assuming energy storage is always battery.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm
There are 10
starting.
different types
Exactly.
of energy storage systems that are being used out
Well, the way, and I'll do it as do a separate question on batteries, because I see that a lot of times, you're right, I agree totally with you, Sonny, is that people will intermingle sometimes battery storage system and energy storage system, and forgetting that, there are other technologies.
Yep.
There's thermal, mechanical means.
Flywheels, thermal.
Exactly. And
Which are all still batteries.
so here's the thing is that when I go back to what I started off with, when Pam was doing her presentation, she did that kind of breakdown at the very beginning, and it's like, cool, and I haven't gone back to put that in the Q&A.
I think, what Bizarre is saying, you start with what are the different types of energy storage systems, and when you come to the battery energy storage system, here are the different types of batteries that you could be using, that could be available. So I think you need to take a step further, not just different types of batteries, but there are different types of.
Some people may not be aware that, I can buy individual batteries, or I can buy one that's already prepackaged. It's one unit. They may not be aware of that. So,
correct.
Just put that.
Correct.
Well, and the good news is that while there's a tremendous diversity of energy storage systems, and quite honestly, the term battery and energy storage systems are synonymous. So to refer to a electrochemical battery as a battery and not a spinning flywheel battery, they're both energy storage. They both could be loosely termed as batteries. But
it's like you're saying windmills is battery. It's not.
No. It's an energy storage system. An energy storage system. But that semantic aside, there is a valid question that has to be asked here when you're talking about building officials. So if you're looking at nickel-iron batteries versus lithium-ion batteries versus lead-acid batteries, whether they be gel cell or flooded cell lead-acid batteries, these designations are important. You've got things like flow batteries, which are a very different type of battery. So I think that this education is yet to be had in the field. The reality is that battery storage systems are still relatively new to building officials, and so there's a lot of education that needs to go on, and I think we're at that stage to try and put together the beginnings of that.
There is a tremendous amount of education going on. And there are a number of, if you look at what the citation, the references for more information, heck, what is it? 1/4 of this document is references to other places for other information.
Exactly.
And so
my body is nothing but references to a lot of other standards.
So the intent will be to, again, our document, remember one, is it shouldn't be every possible situation, every single possible thing that you could have out there. It should be something you can quickly get your answer. If we have a War and Peace, nobody's going to read it. And they just give me the answer. Let me get the heck out of here. The second is that again, this is on the draft that's not gone out into wild yet for commenting. Is that even though it just says energy storage system FAQs, remember again we were talking about wanting to, we're focusing first of all on what I can get away with in a 1 and 2 family, and that when there's so many very unique situations.
The suggestion is if we have something that has extensive explanation, that will take 2 pages or whatever, maybe you can use a link to wherever.
That's my plan. And there will be links to some of
So we
these
can keep
places.
this thing to 2 pages at maximum, that would work out.
Just like we did with the 2703, is to get what you sufficiently need. Because who is our audience? Is that the audience is going to be mainly the installers, the inspectors, the design engineers, the plan checkers. All they just need is something that I'm just enough that I can do my job to be able to get the product installed safely, and I'm out there.
So are we looking into, again, to describe different type of battery systems?
I think it's going to be identifying there are different types of battery systems. There's lead acid, there's lithium ion, there's several of them.
Yes,
And just be aware that there are going to be some differences in requirements, particularly in the fire code, based on what you're handling because of the differences amongst the technologies.
I think it would be a good idea if you itemize them and actually refer the building code requirements. So inspectors and installers to be able to refer to them, be able to know, oh, first of all, this document includes all this, and for additional, I could go to this page and I could be able to pick those out rather than, well, because this is very, what kind of battery?
Well, the problem you guys are all having is that you're seeing a starting point of
yes, we understand.
outline.
Well, exactly.
And all the things you are saying, I do intend to try to do, and we'll see what will be our first straw man to take apart in the committee in the task group.
Jeff was asking, can it be done in a couple of weeks?
I think it was Jeff
I
that
need
was
to go back
asking.
to the drive.
No?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
This one, yeah.
You say yes.
Sure.
On all the other things.
You didn't say from when, right?
Any plans to reference any of the international standards?
Let's go back, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
we don't recognize it anymore.
That's going to be...
Yeah, I know you don't. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, but the battery or the storage system manufacturers are not really designing systems just for the U.S. There's nobody that does that anymore. Everybody designs pretty much everything for global
I think
market.
but my suggestion on the title of FAQ, it's say this is a guideline, and it applies wherever they use it. And then you could...
That we don't have guideline in 2703 FAQs either.
This always
Did
has
we
the
put that
guideline.
guideline in there?
No.
No.
We came up with
We have to come up with all this
Information bulletin.
guidelines, because otherwise we read as, oh, this is the actual language, and we cannot deviate. No matter where you go, and I think that's what you're going is what about reference to international standards?
We can get as super detailed, and we can spin our wheels and be here for weeks, months, years, centuries.
It's not the intent.
I don't have any desire to be like that. Again, I suggest that you don't have to say guidelines and FAQs, because they're not guidelines. It's information. And the thing is that all you have to do is simply say, yes, acknowledge that there are international standards. I would be fine with doing that. But I don't see a need to put down the international standards because international standards are not thinking about the installation code that these guys have to deal
Right.
with.
Maybe that's exactly what we need to mention. Acknowledge they exist.
Exactly.
And mention the fact, like Mustafa said, we don't accept them here. They're not acceptable. They're not valid. Or whatever reason, they don't address the NEC issue.
They may not be accepted by us in this jurisdiction, but if you go to somewhere East Coast, they may be accepted.
There are jurisdictions that do accept them.
So
Well,
I'm just washing my hand.
there are 40,000
If you go,
jurisdictions. I'm not
either
going to
don't make a
that's all.
reference to any specific standards and say there are national and international standards and walk away.
Well, isn't NREL researching, I think we're also part of this process, trying to have some correlation between international standards for PPE and UL standards. I think that conversation's been underway for a couple of years at least, John, is that correct?
Harmonization is a painful process.
Okay.
I don't think you guys really, and even if when you see, I don't think anybody realizes this, when you see a standard that says, oh, I am harmonized, I'm a harmonized standard with Canada, Mexico, and the US. Let's just be simple about it. Is that if you have one of those, I don't know if you're aware of it, when you look inside the standard, it says, oh, by the way, there are regional differences. They have those embedded in there. So you have to address those as well. And so it's not something that, oh, it's always going to apply for every single.
Yeah, I think John and I have been around long enough with the standards that I don't recall any harmonization effort taking less than 10 years on any standard in so many different industries that we have worked at. It's a 10 to 15-year process, and at the end, there are still deviations. There's still country-specific deviations that get added at the end of the standard.
Anybody who experiences the standards knows that
the difference, Mexico and Canada.
Well, and I think we all recognize that anything related to standards takes a long time and is painful. So that's okay. One event that I'll point out for those of you that are going to SPI on the Monday prior to start before SEA is conducting the Codes and Standards Summit, they're calling it, where one of the topics on the agenda is this effort to harmonize. I don't know if that's the proper term to use, but they are going to be addressing.
That sounds valid.
You'll be speaking at that, I believe, right?
Yeah, and I think Hector is too.
Okay. So that would be a topic that would be of interest, I imagine, for many here that have that interest of understanding how international standards might relate to what we do here.
But Sonny was spot on of what he was saying. That it is harmonized, even when you get the result of it. You don't have a harmonized codes. You don't have the NEC, Canadian Electrical Code, the Mexican Electrical Code, actually. You know, I've seen it. I have a copy of it. I have a copy of it.
Does anybody in Mexico see it?
I have a copy of it. I still am a little struggling with it because I only had 2 years of Spanish back in high school. But
There's some comments on the computer.
Yes, Don Hughes says, I think the building code would refer to it as electrical energy storage systems.
The building code doesn't have a definition of these, and it's not electrical energy storage systems. And actually, there's different definitions that are in different codes in regards to what these things are. Different terms are used for the exact same thing. That's part of the fun. And that's what part of the FAQ will acknowledge is that, you know, just like rack mounting systems, there's different terms used in the electrical code and then there is used in the building code.
I learned something a while ago that I think is really interesting to this group that likes to wordsmith, which is the only thing that is required to make a word legitimate is usage. So we can invent a word here as long as we use it. It is acknowledged by those people that write dictionaries as an accepted term. So the fact is that the term battery really is a function of how people might use it. And I think, again, from an educational perspective, because there is this really significant diversity of electrochemical batteries and mechanical batteries that produce electricity today, that you know, we as an industry just need to better understand the ins and outs, the pros and cons of the different technologies. Lead acid really is still the norm. If you were to look today for solar systems, 90-some-odd% of all solar systems have battery, use lead acid batteries. That's the reality today. There's a growing number of lithium batteries out there, and there's a small number of things like nickel iron and flow batteries and, you know, flywheel batteries, if we can call them that. So I think that if we're to talk about 90-some-odd% of what's used today, it would be lead acid and lithium-based batteries. And that's probably where the focus of this document ought to be, to really hit the vast majority of what building officials are struggling with. And when they run into those uncommon batteries like a flow battery, well, that's going to just unfortunately require a little bit more research on the part of building officials. I don't think that we, as a group, probably should expend a lot of our energy on some of these less common batteries today.
And Don Hughes just said, that's why I said would, not does.
That makes perfect sense.
you know, although everyone here is
There-
really enjoying listening to this conversation, I don't think we're writing a textbook.
That's correct.
And we're not writing the Idiot's Guide to Solar Energy System either.
That's correct, too.
So we've got to narrow this down to common layman language so that it has a functionality with the people who we want to affect. And all these other, you know, they could be footnotes, but I don't think people, when you see a page with all the footnotes, unless you're an academician, you're not really looking at the footnotes. You just want to read in bigger letters simply what has to be done. And it's much harder to write shorter than it is to write longer. Much harder. And John, I think you have a task in front of you to just say, this is relevant to our constituents, the constituents that we want to address. And the other is something you may want to consider when you've got a lot of time to write textbooks and treatises and everything else.
I'm not writing War and Peace because War and Peace on the subject's already been written.
Yeah.
And I'm going to refer to those if you want to cure your insomnia.
Yeah.
Then you can go to those documents and read them. I totally agree. All you need is, what do you need, really should be, what you need to be able to move on and don't get caught up with and frankly, I'm one of those guys who loves the detail, but on the flip side, I acknowledge that not everybody is the same.
Those of you that want to be deeper, you have the links. Basic question, basic answer. Go look.
I look at it as that this is kind of like having a 1-minute elevator speech. I only got 1 minute to explain to you and then to give you an answer for something. I'm running out the door, and you just asked me a question. I got it, and here's the answer. I think you're on the right path. Yeah. And that's how I view this. No different than what we did with 27.
Give them the basics, and if they want more, give them the link. Let them look at it. You can find out, well, as inspectors, you'll have those that will go in and look at every little detail.
Phil can look all that.
Yeah. Didn't want to mention names, but Phil.
It's just a name that came to mind.
Yeah, or just the general inspector goes in and look at this. Oh, okay, this is what I'll see you later. I'm gone. I'm out the door. There are some that will go in deeper, and there are some that just want, in the way it should be set up, the majority, the basic. There's questions, you can be quick. Give me the dime book answer, and I'm done.
Yep.
Out the door.
All right, so John, you have 10 minutes to give a progress report on Standard Development Process Information Bulletin.
Just give it a time limit on it too, so.
Okay, well, let's see, 10 minutes is long. I just wanted to check this. So basically, you heard what I said last time. It's in the minutes. And I did not work further on that simply because, at the moment, because I was initially trying to address Hector's his challenge to try to get this all done before SPI, which is not going to happen. And so now that that pressure is off and such, I'll go back to it and work on it. But first of all, it's going to be the ESS because I think that's more of importance at the moment. And so I'd say that you'll probably get an update on this. I'd say let's do an update on that one for the October
meeting. Okay.
And so that you can focus more on the ESS, energy structures.
All right.
So that was 1 minute.
That was awesome. Thank you.
Only 9 minutes. Guess what? He's going to use that.
No, so what I'll go do... Your bonus is I'll go and dish up lunch for you. How's that?
No, he knows exactly what's going on. He's been a victim of it before.
All right. Well, I think that...
Because you've been a victim as well.
I have no comments.
Other people?
No comments.
Okay. All right, so we're all ready to indulge in some lunch.
Before we get ready for lunch, who's going to SBI? There are some members that are in need of passes. Can we get in passes for some of the members? Can we get providing passes?
Ours are already fully limited.
I'll check with our guys.
Okay.
I'm sure.
I'll just need two for Randy, Hunter, and
Yeah, we could arrange some too. We have a booth there as well, so we have several free badges as well.
Oh, and then I need one.
I need one. Yeah, give me a call or send me an email with names.
Okay.
Yeah, just send me an email with names. I'll try to write them. What did you say?
I said you have the perfect name to be a solar contractor.
Oh, thank you. Well, you had that conversation several times. I'm all, you know, people who know me from 30 years ago when I got into business, that was my name. Yeah, I'm just all right.
That's the name on your birth certificate, son?
It is.
Be worse, you could have mine.
Yeah.
Is that the name on your birth certificate? My professor, when I took my electrical engineering course in college, his name was, his last name was Zach.
We have two salespeople, one named Andrew Watt and one named Richard Soldat.
They landed in the right place.
For sure.
All right. Okay, so then when we come back, then
pulled over by police officers.
and when we come back, where's John's presentation?
We are breaking for lunch. The lunch is right here outside on the table. So,
But I don't want to do too much of it because people might always think that we're doing, like we're talking and they can't hear. Okay, I'll just put it back.
Okay, all right, so it's, yeah, okay, awesome. In 15 minutes.
John Q says, how long is lunch? I'm hitting the pool.
Oh.
10 or 15 minutes?
I'd say 15 to 20. Jeff, we can break for 20 minutes or so.
That's fine. Yeah, I was potentially going to try to do it before, but I think we'll do it after.
Oh, okay.
Probably not enough time. I sent the email also to you about trying to meet with Bernadette at SPI to that cross-linking of the websites that we talked about.
Oh, yes, okay.
I talked about it, and I think probably the sensible way for us to do that is pointing out the informational bulletin on 2703 on AB 2188.
Yeah, Kelly sent us something. He said he's going, Kelly, the guy.
I'm sorry,
Yes, yeah, he sent us an email to say that they're going to link it to a section in the Calcia website. And he said that they'll get to it in the next few weeks.
Yeah, maybe, I think you'll be at SPI also, but it probably would be beneficial for us to figure out, in my view, I feel it would be sensible from an informational codes and standards perspective to direct them toward specific bulletins that have come out, so if you can have lists of current, it'd be helpful.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, and then really quickly, I just don't want to show it to, I sent it to your personal email, that verbiage. But it will also be on the report if you need it again.
All right, so then I can send it to Jim and Charles to adapt to that document.
Okay.
All right, awesome. Okay, so it's time now.
I haven't been able to take as many notes because I'm like webcam and
yeah, we do
here.
enough. Yeah.
That's what they did. See what they did? When they modified their website, our website was changed about 2 months ago, and they grabbed all this old documents and new documents, and they merged the whole thing. So we start seeing things that shouldn't have been changed, was changed. So Yeah, okay, no problem. So can you send me the link? Here, and then I get the one where I got it. And I need to call our systems and say, fix it.
This page here.
Are you coming to talk to me?
Yeah, I was just saying that page.
You have that.
Right, I need to talk to you about something.
Yeah, just because
Yeah,
we're,
talk to you about
Thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah.
No problem.
The other thing is that, so first
I want to get you and Dave on the phone.
maybe I'll just my office, my mobile, maybe like Wednesday. And I'll just not some
Who's the guy who has a relationship with the customer and he wants to offer up? Yeah.
Can I sign over your phone number?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
And in there it says.
I just got an email about that.
Hey, good question. Well, so
That's what it's for the table, and it doesn't have, it's the same.
See ya.
That's it.
Yeah, no, we'll help any way you want us to.
You have to understand with the customer and, the city, so you get, this kind of,
I'll give you the
very good.
I just want to make sure you're okay.
Right, exactly.
It's special.
There's something. And if you have some concerns, try to learn what this is. One thing you should know, as a general policy, stand on the side, look at this address goes in, but let me see what you got first. And we may find some ways. Like I don't know how. It is a really component inside. But it's everyone will use it. It's not really modified. Give me what you got. I'll give you that email. See what are the numbers and I'll give you the links.
We have a, we're trying to do an
That was Wednesday has Wednesday's going to be okay. Thursday is good. I think
somehow I had to lose some time to get up.
so Thursday is going to be it's like
I know, it's Sparky, do you know?
Maybe you would know the answer.
Wednesday on Thursday. All of the 9 o'clock. I can do 9:30. And 9:30, let's go 9:30.
So my guy said, it's already embedded in the government code.
Solar permit.
He's got something here.
I don't remember this. It was definitely a self-built that.
It's fine. Well,
I don't think it's this might be fun.
I don't see what I'll do is I'll
It says, this one says $500. Go out of
Right.
15, like that's equal. And then $1,000 base plus $7 per kilowatt.
The other one, and then I just think
So this should, that does kind of make sense. Right? And then there's categories
If you want to do that, I know
well, certified. It's the only actual checker this time. I'll take it. I'll take it far.
That's something I'm not going to work on.
You and David.
I'm thinking of the practice is
Marcus.
And I'll probably have
That's why some days they can see
He has to come.
Hey, we're going to, hey, just wanted to touch base. I just talked to this part of the phone who's sitting
We have actually just,
he said that what your kind of citing here is municipal code, basically, but they told us to sit within the West that I sent out specifically for solar. That might be the bill that you're talking about. Maybe also
I just don't want to be a
also, in other words, they talk about the permits.
Mark and I are fighting here
reference that code as well. But he said what you're saying basically makes sense, that there's categories of management. Generally, he said, once you start charging more for a permit than what the effort is behind it to sort of go through plan check, inspect it and all that, then he said it starts to look like a tax on solar, it starts to, and it's a violation. He said, but, he said there's obviously HJs that don't know about it, or that aren't aware of it. So,
basic awareness up to it, but
yeah.
certainly the details, it's like you have home construction for some of the thousand documents you have to pick out the one that applies to you, so sometimes that's a bit of a chore, but that's the procedure we do every day.
I think probably.
Then what I do have more installation manufacturing, those two major
When I look at the residential installs, an inspector might have I guess I would probably buy it. Actually, I know San Bernardino did their pilot on virtual inspections. Covers pretty remote areas, and where we do maybe 1 or 2 inspections a day, so
it's all over the map, literally all over the map. Plus,
but at least your city, or your geographic area, then you have more inspections a day. You have that many inspections a day. I mean, I don't want to read our installation instructions. They're long, they're detailed.
So you gotta remember, after you've been there and see the same thing over and over again.
Sometimes, yeah.
You start seeing different stuff. We don't want to get ahead of it.
So I appreciate, after you get a little more accustomed to a particular racking system, it's easier to read. For example, Zen. Well, Solar City, that's by and large all that, most of what they use. They use two so that becomes easier. But, boy, you look at racking systems out there, I would venture to say, in terms of variations in installation, you mentioned you've got 18 now added? 18. But that's 18 companies, right? 18 companies. Yeah, so, and then you might have multiple racking systems within those different companies. So it's not a significant undertaking, in my view, for building officials to follow through the installation.
Oh, yeah.
And if you have 15 installations a day, you're probably not going to read it with the same depth as some of us might do.
I think we're going to take a look at it. Yeah. Okay, installation. Say, okay, is it anchored properly? That's important. Are the panels torqued down to ground? Wires support out. Are the right size wires? That's basically what they're going to do. Now, if anything else raises a red flag, then they're going to start to ask questions. All systems and residential, we see different systems all the time. The lead permit, okay, it's Solar City permit, I'm going to see this racking system all the time, I'm going to see this installation. I'm going to be in and out. Then I get Stanford Construction. Be like, okay, I have no idea what I'm going to get. So they're going to take a look, okay, what's this, what's this, what's this?
So what happened with those frameless modules that were in the Windows structure? Did they?
We're still working on it. Okay. Still got nowhere.
That was an interesting one.
Yeah, well,
I guess in the bonding and grounding part, which, I'm not sure how they address that structurally, I'm assuming it's fine.
Well, the thing is that the manufacturer says that how you mount them, and they ask 4 corners supposed to mount them for this much pressure. They're using.
Yeah, they're looking at a vertical orientation normally.
Yeah, but see, the way the installation structure for the volume is, the way they got it set up, they don't have it set up for what the manufacturer wants for the panel. They want to do it for a window volume, and in there it says, okay, you got to have this and a hammer to set everything in, including with the window pane. You go, once the window pane's in, then you take this mallet and you put in this gasket all the way around. You have to use a hammer to do it. I'm just going, okay, you have this specific thing, the thing up there, and you hammer it in. Well, what happens if the guy slips?
I only know right now 2 companies are making, of any significance, they're making frameless modules, which would be Solar Road and Trina. I'm sure other people have them. I'm really curious, because the only plant system that I had, and that I'm aware of right now, for retaining a frameless module would be maybe a Schletter. There's probably others out there. But they're not very good.
Yeah. Well, this one, particular one here, it has the details of the system that it's supposed to be used, where it's supposed to be mounted, what it's supposed to be, and it happens to be a type of rubber joint that's more it's supposed to fit into in this, and that bolts down to.
So they do want it held in by some kind of a rubber
connector.
In essence. That's what Schletter uses. It's like just a metal slot that's got a rubber liner.
Yeah.
It slides right over the module and it captures it.
Yeah, and then it
and then that rubber aluminum assembly that's cranked down to a rack system.
Yeah.
I got six
This is the window mount.
I have 6 million of them at First Solar site in Lancaster.
No, First Solar does it too, but that's only utility scale. And I think, quite honestly, Schletter's was really intended for utility scale. So when you start to get into commercial or residential projects, I mean, they're used commercially. Well, I don't know, boy, I have to say, it's a rare situation of seeing frameless modules in the field, outside of utility scale. That's where I've seen almost every frameless module. But when you get into residential commercial, I know they're used occasionally out there, but it's not so common. I'm just again wondering, does anybody have a 2700 listed racking system for a frameless module?
Well, that's the manufacturer's discretion.
Does First Solar's 2703 listed now? No.
Let's see, that's what they state. But if it isn't, then you can set it in this metal frame. You can do this and do that. This is a window mount. This isn't any type of racking system.
Oh, agree.
And you're telling me to pound this in. What are you doing? No, this is in the field there. See, line check, all they're going to see is they see, I'm going to use this module, this inverter, and this. And that's all they get. Now, we go out there.
Not like my pathogen. We like looking.
Now, we've actually, because this is the gas station canopy, they had to have a fabricator's license and inspection from our city. ICC fabricator, one of ours. Licensed fabricator, they fabricated it, it's like this, everything else, passed all that. But when we started asking to talk to the building and the fabricator, and they go, no, we didn't know it was going to be used for that. Okay.
Well, in theory, they could take that window framing system to UL or Intertech and do a test to validate that it does correlate to, that it complies with 2703 bounding and grounding. Because in essence, now that becomes your module frame.
Yeah, I was just going, okay, because the manufacturer's installation script says specifically, you anchor on these four corners, this far in, and this section. You're not doing that. You're sliding it into, you're building a window frame, sliding the module in, and then using whatever you got to bolt to it.
Yeah, I think 2703 doesn't say it has to be framed or not framed.
No, 2703 recognizes frameless modules, if for no other reason than by nature of fire classification, which has a Type 3 module is a frameless module.
So, in an essence, it does apply.
Yeah, it can definitely apply if it's utility scale. And to my knowledge, 2703 isn't necessarily relevant when you're in utility scale. Probably. It can be relevant. I mean, there are types of utility scale systems that are 2703 listed.
No.
Or did I play into your master?
They're custom constructed. Yeah. They use a racking system. It's just a custom design for that project.
When we talk about racking, it would never be, it would be more of a commercial application. It's rare to see utility use racking systems.
Well, they use a racking system, again, it's custom designed with engineering that's specific to that project. So the interesting thing is I don't know the applicability of bonding and grounding rules for utility scale systems. Doesn't matter. Those systems in controlled environments. Including not bonded to ground.
But most of them are using grounded systems.
So the question is, if you're a utility, do you really care if your system is safe? Because there's no requirement.
Well, they still have to, depending on where it's installed. If it's in their own facility, they fall under OSHA regulation, they have no choice. But if it's somewhere out in the field, different set of games.
So you're saying 27, or I should say, the building official might mandate 2703 listed racking system for utility scale installation depending on where it's at.
Well, in our case, utility installation that takes place on the buildings, they have one.
On the building, admittedly. But if it's a ground mount.
Even if it's ground mounted, it's within our jurisdiction.
So you would mandate a listed racking system.
They have to comply.
Okay. So I guess the answer is sometimes utility scale systems are subject to 2703.
If they are on
least what I would think.
Property that's not privately owned, it's publicly owned, it's not regard to regulations, you do it if you want. But my experience dealing with utilities, they don't want to deviate from safety standards because they have liable. Something happens, they get sued. So what safety procedures we follow is we didn't really do it.
Just first of all, I guess the question is, if you are a utility with a system behind the fence,
Because there are people who are subject to that.
responsible for public safety,
No, because.
for somebody, for public to get in behind the fence.
True, but the only is still are.
Sure.
And that's where it comes in.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things that are done behind the fence that would never comply with.
You're absolutely
This is building.
That's why I was doing exactly the side. That's what we're doing.
That's not, I was asking, what's your there's, we're not representatives.
You got to do that. Yeah. You're super advocacy qualifying. And you get away with something. And utilities goal, because they're under control of their personnel, or their contractors that are trained.
My thing
They get away with a lot of stuff that we could never get.
Sure. Well, that's why you always have to, whenever you go to utility installation, go through that safety orientation, just to cover liability.
Because the thing is, even under public utility, you have to meet certain codes and standards that fall under public utility.
So they were trying to say you have to use a listed PD module. You have to use listed orders. No, they don't even have to use listed modules.
They don't have to unless it's in their spec sheets specifying that they want that.
Yeah, understood, but it's not an imposed requirement by the building.
No,
If it's under their
it's not
control,
unless it's on private.
Again, private property.
well, it's their control, the properties are. They control. They can do anything they want.
1,500 volts, no bounding, grounding of the modules, whatever the case may be.
It's within their.
No maximizers or use high voltage AC.
But be surprised one thing, when it comes to solar and involves fire departments, even if they are not on public property, on their own property, fire departments have accepted, you will not come in at the fire unless it is required. They can host incidents, change things. That I have seen, they've seen that happen to state offices. They told them, hey, if you don't comply with this compound fire in the building, we have some
Yeah, in a building I can understand. I would say that a typical solar installation could be other than the needs. Possibly one who could burn fence. They're relatively low fire risk.
I understand what I'm getting at is.
No, on a building,
No matter where it is. It makes mandates, I don't want to put my fireman in danger.
I've wondered about this for fire because we might hear the question occasionally from installers who are working in large open fields, sometimes Central Valley, pretty remote areas, about what the fire regulations really are. And they're not clearly defined in that area. I think it really comes down to that local fire official and see what they. Well, yes, so things like we've seen a big problem in remote areas, access. I won't be access for large trucks. And I suppose water accessibility also.
It's fine. You can live it the way it is, but I won't be putting it out. And you won't.
Fire department,
celebrate that, hey, we got
that's hard enough out there, grand department, oil burning, we're not going to attack it, we're not going to find it.
And fortunately, that's a very low risk concern, I would venture to say, for people that own large drop-on systems in part because if you don't share it's going to really be a fire risk.
Meteorite itself is otherwise, okay.
And even if you had an inverter that on fire, again, the risk of that spreading is pretty controlled, so it's not a big concern.
The fire department business, you know, is it really worth me sending my guys in there to fight this fire, or do we just stand off?
Let it burn. Let it burn itself out.
Like, I'll see on the side of the road.
Yeah, usually you want to let those burn themselves.
We kind of say they have plan A. Plan A is try to clear it out, get into the building, rescue whatever they can. If they can't do it, then they go to plan B. Chop a hole in the roof and fill it full of water. Plan C, barbecue. Let it burn up. Because they're not going to risk their personnel or anything that they'll protect. And you'll see lots of times when they're fighting fires. They won't be fighting the fire where the fire is. They'll be putting water on the buildings on the side because they don't want them to burn up.
What's going on with this? You send me another thing.
I have no idea.
I just got this one here. He's saying, the one in just the national program.
Good, how are you?
I don't necessarily be involved. I will respond to them.
I feel like it's not. That's why I said.
This guy is, I don't know.
It'll be.
Oh, you didn't see the email I got from He likes you better than me.
No, he's looking for, like, someone says, oh yeah, you can do this way.
Sometimes I look for.
I know, that's why he likes you better than me, because it goes, well, I'm going to tell him before he even does it, because of this platform. I keep running back to this, to this, to this.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. Yeah, I liked her. It had a personal. That's good. One is there. Christmas on cans already? I mean, that's possible, I guess, anymore.
Oh, yeah.
They start advertising.
Coca-Cola got a plant. These are in there probably 9 months before Christmas.
Really?
Yeah. But they have to order everything ahead of time. They don't manufacture those there. The only thing they manufacture is plastic bottles, so they order these from Alcoa. So they tell Alcoa, okay, we need 10 million of these, we want 1 million in LA, we want this. They have to do them enough ahead of time. If their inventory's getting low, and they grab whatever's in there because they're not going to get any more of the regular stripes.
Right.
Product production.
Yeah.
Watching that place work. It's been through 3 retoolings of that place. Service upgrades. Yes, I mean, the cans are going by, all you see is a red line.
Really?
Yeah, they're just like that. Oh, yeah. They're just.
I just hope they're warm for you.
Working.
Wow.
They just got, there's 2 guys, all they do is feed you cans, feed you cans.
Yeah.
Great big pallets, thing, just throw it, boom, machine does the rest of it. And, but the plastic bottle one is even more impressive.
Really?
Yeah. And this guy said to do about 12 bottles, 20 minutes from pellets. That line just goes. And you have to wear earplugs and earplugs.
Oh, really? Oh,
It's that loud.
it's that loud.
Yeah. You can't just go in there with earplugs. This,
It'll hurt your ears.
hard hat.
I was thinking modeling, I think that old movie, Take This Job or something.
Well, you don't want to take much, you don't want to
A shield?
Yeah, because this is one of those which flying off.
It's true, you'll get your face broke either way.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you just called me?
Yeah, but it's impressive. Problem is, you took it all the time. If you tell them, it's this.
Right.
I used to have one of those. So then when my inspectors go, they put the line up, ready to get everything else.
Oh.
So October
Which meeting?
October 27th. It's October 27th. It's October 27th. And then it's November 17th. And then December 8th. October 27th. November 17th. December 8th. Which is a problem, that's our program. So there will be a
Ooh. That's the election.
You're an ex-officio.
You're ex-officio.
You can take on treasurer for that.
Yeah.
I'm sure with proper coaching,
You'll be fine.
from the Steve colleagues and the membership, that's going to be a whole, take on a whole new face this next year.
Well, now, unless somebody wants it, I'll keep secretary just to give you more of a break.
He's a, I don't mind doing anything with secretary, man, that's a lot of, it's a lot. You take it out for jump day? I heard for jump.
He's been telling me I told him I would take it once I retired about 5 years ago.
Yeah.
He keeps,
Well, he's done for sure.
well, he said that last November. He said, no, last November. And
He's
then
already
November
done.
before that. That's why I said when we had that discussion,
Yeah.
Right.
you're still here.
Well, we're already taking over next year as far as planning with meetings, so I think he's real, he's ready.
Well, I think it's fine.
All he has to do is walk me through.
Yeah. So I gotta be easy to cut down on this. But until they officially hand it over to Robert.
I know.
That's what we call
It's
rule
not-
number, it's a rule number 5.
Uh-huh.
But it happens.
Yeah, right.
It's just, I don't want them to, I get the call like I got when I was in Tucson. One of my inspectors got it.
Yeah, I
I don't
know.
want to hear it get a call.
I know.
Now you have the job. That was a tragic accident. We had Mike Packer, another good actor. All the issues that we had.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, at least because,
Yeah, just shoot me an
his whole family was back east. No, we were the ones that, when he didn't get to work, we're the ones that.
I know, you were telling me at the meeting.
That was
Brutal, you hear that?
Well, that's one of our guys too. He's a loner. He's a nice person, does a lot of volunteer work. He has no wife, no kids. And he had been sick. So, you know, he called in sick every day. And he did call in 2 days so they could find a partner.
We wouldn't have known, he went for a motorcycle ride before he did that. It was new to tacos. He talked to one of my other inspectors and sent him a video of the bike, the new bikes he put on about an hour before he went out for a ride. So he worked out of my West LA office. He didn't come in.
Yeah.
Then we stopped.
And
we worked on our first install for batteries.
lived with behind a house for one of the farmers for contractor work out at the airport. So they called Eric. He went, no, I haven't seen him all weekend.
In fact, I was really looking
Yeah,
at
so then
we used some. I was
going out for a motorcycle right across the and the CHP, he told me, you know what's next to Ken and all that stuff.
They had no.
He died of an accident.
Yeah.
Somebody pulled out in front of
Yeah,
them.
I don't know about.
Yeah, you can't be here to explain yourself, that's it.
You didn't go over the view.
We gotta talk about that center pit.
Basically,
You can't even hear yourself.
It might not be a bad idea.
Switch it up and
You're
then
lucky that you're
I know you're in bed.
you know, the corner, and we had to get our personnel to agree to release it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of paperwork.
And then they had to go to the family.
Yeah. And then, coroner said, well, you know, next kid, I said, well, yeah, we got the next kid, they're back in North Carolina.
Yeah.
So, give them all that information, all that good stuff. Yeah. We did it.
Having boy.
And I said, Mike, Johnny, John, they did a great job.
Oh, wow. We've been gone a while.
Yeah.
Oh, you want me to talk about that?
Yeah, thanks.
People care about it.
Do you know, over in Oxford?
There's two others.
Yeah, I know a couple of them.
When I
I'm
started.
just curious because one of the things is they've asked for the roof country to have this ICC certification. And for some of our projects, we have ICC certification, some we don't. I guess.
Hey, who stole my PowerPoint?
I've got it.
Is
I've got
it not mandatorily required?
I should never provide once I provide a document, then all of a sudden,
It is signed off by a licensed structural engineer in the state of California. So in most cases, that seems to be sufficient for a building permit.
So we have to unmute you. Oh, you did that?
Well,
Okay.
the problem is that roof countries are listed, so 2703 because it doesn't.
Yeah.
Jose is the electrical inspector over there. And we've got another guy. He's actually, he was the building official for Ventura County, McDonald. He retired from the county and got over. He retired. Well, that was Levy County. He went to Oxford to see the inspectors. His last couple of years of work.
This is a recent change.
He's over in Oxnard too.
But he's only doing the building side, not the electrical.
Jose's the electrical inspector. Jim McDonald's.
Jim McDonald's. Right.
Okay, everyone, we're moving on to the next agenda item,
So.
which is
Meeting.
guys outside, we're reconvening.
You turned it off? Yeah. Well, I don't know if anyone's logged on to that.
Yeah. John, do you want to come up here?
I don't know if I'm going to see you.
Oh, okay.
Why do I want to be up there?
All right, you can, yeah.
I can't play around, I can't do, take care of emails, I can't.
Well, this is your section. Or do you want me to handle it?
No.
Let's sort of invest in a new webcam.
They just put like a GoPro in your head.
Yeah, that's true.
Just look at it.
That's a nice idea. GoPro on my head.
I got a flashlight like that.
I can put it in my ponytail somehow.
Enter your conference code. Thank you. If you are done, please enter through. To start,
Yes, sir. This is
you
Chief.
will now be closed to the conference.
He's having some
To
new
press
questions.
press.
He's having questions. Which makes
Okay, we're ready to go.
I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's
We need a whistle.
Okay, Jeff, she's trying to start again.
place to do it. Sorry. What? Come on, do John Tack now.
John Tacker.
What?
All right, great. It needs to be a little bit louder.
I think you guys need something, a lot of things with more volume.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, thank you, guys. We're going to have John Tacker
Are you going to have
present
on the budget air horns?
and a loudspeaker. John's going to be talking about the California intervening code cycle. So over to you, John.
All right, so that's the hot seat.
That's for the phone. It's the hot seat for the phone, so you can hear better.
That's for John.
I ain't sitting there. I'm just waiting now for, because I would be waiting for Saint to then bring in the big floodlights. And I was like, where are you on? Confess. So what this, there's been a lot of side conversations, at least that I've been fortunate to be in, or unfortunate to be in, either way, talking about we have all these issues of the codes, the model codes going forward and getting some wonderful things done, but what does that mean to reality of what we have today, and what we're going to have come January 2nd, 3rd? Well, January 2nd, because are you going to be working on the 1st?
No, but the state and the official date. Me, I don't work on the 2nd. I won't work that whole week.
All right, got it.
John is looking for dollar sign. What day are you going to start making money?
January. Well, true. And then also what would be in the following cycle. And so what I did was I just grabbed information and we can debate and discuss all we want on these parts. But what I first of all started, and show this next slide please, is that first of all I thought I'd start off with this because people talk about Title 24 and they talk about the codes and they don't really understand, I think, a couple of fundamental points. One is that whenever somebody says Title 24, which a lot of people will say, oh, that's the California Energy Code. And by the way, is that I gave this to Paula and Michelle, so you won't have to bother taking too many pictures because it'll go viral, I'm sure, because once I've learned that once you hand them something, it's gone. That's why I don't hand it to them until the very last minute because I'm still playing. But anyway,
John for you.
it's true. They're green. Anyway, like California Building Standards Code. The official name is California Building Standards Code, Title 24, California Code of Regulations. You can see that on the California website. That's the official title. That's Title 24. Title 24 has 12 parts. Actually, if you're all looking at that, you're going to go,
yeah, there's 13.
Part 7.
Oh, yeah.
And,
2.5?
But there's 2.5. So Part 7 was something that went off, it went off to another title, Title 8, I think it was. And I don't even remember what the title of, what the name of it was. But this is what is Title 24. So of keen interests are to us I put in red. Actually, I guess you could say Part 8, the historical building code, may be of interest, but I don't know how many people are going to be putting PV on a historical building. It might happen. But of key interest, though, is obviously going to be building code, which has 2 volumes. And then they have a subset. The Part 2.5 is the California Residential Code. So the California Residential Code is the IRC, the first 10 chapters. It is, so it does not have the plumbing and mechanical part. It does not have the plumbing part, the mechanical part, the natural gas part, or the electrical part. Those are all not taken from the IRC. So, because we in the state of California, for electrical, solely rely upon California Electrical Code. But anyway, I just wanted to first of all start off with just understanding when somebody says Title 24 or how it works in the grand scheme of things, what all these different parts are. So next slide, please. Now, what's interesting about the development of Title 24 is that it's administered. It's all under the purview, ultimately, in decision making by the California Building Standards Commission. And there's the website. You can go to that to start off, and you can see what Mia and her staff do. Mia Marvelli is the executive director for California Building Standards Commission. And she has an exhaustive staff. I think it's like a dozen people or something like that. She doesn't have that many staff. So she has to do a yeoman's amount of work, a yeoman type of work for with such minimal staffing. But anyway, bottom line, the Building Standards Commission will ultimately make the decision for the adoption and the publication of each part of that code. Except, of course, there's a little bit with the California Energy Code that the California Energy Commission is involved with that. But California Energy Commission still has to bring it before, technically before the Building Standards Commission. The Building Standards Commission goes yes, no, whatever. And what Title 24 is, it's a minimum code for the state. And so therefore, if for local amendments, you can have all the local amendments you want, but you need to be more restrictive. You cannot be less restrictive than what is in the current code. You can't say, oh, well, state said it requires this, and I don't really agree with the state. Let's just get rid of that. A jurisdiction cannot do that. And when they do a local amendment, they have to have have a reason, and it has to either be for topographical, geographical, or climatic. And they have to have hearings. They have to for the jurisdiction, and they have to file their findings with the state attorney general. Okay, so we're on a 3-year cycle in the state, a triennial cycle. So we're going to be on the 2016 versions of the California codes of Title 24, and the 2016 will just step back a bit. Is that means that about 3 years ago, the state started first of all having some reviewing the documents, having hearings on proposed amendments and on the adoption of it, and then and how to amend that. And then they had to go before the Building Standards Commission. The Building Standards Commission will adopts it, and the adoption date and the publication date are always different. And they adopt it, and then they publish it. And once they publish it, there's 180 days from that point in time that the local jurisdictions get to decide whether they're going to do their local amendments. If a jurisdiction doesn't do any local amendments, then they're kind of stuck with whatever the state came up with in that publication. What we're going to zero in on, and I just want to talk all this because it puts it in perspective, is that there's also, so we have the 2016 that comes into effect January 1st or January 2nd for those people who are not working on January 1st. But I mean, they come into effect January 1st technically, yes. And then what they do is they do a intervening code cycle, and it's referred to as a supplement. It's the blue pages. And what they do is it's kind of like the, oh, there's something that needs to be fixed, something got put in a certain way that you can't fix by a RAT. A RAT is something different. That's just if there was a printing error or something like that that might have happened by one of the publishers. Because remember, in the overall scheme of all those codes, is that you have NFPA is the publisher, is taking care of the publishing for the electrical code. You have IAPMO being the publisher for the plumbing and mechanical, and you have ICC pretty much for everything else, building and fire. I'm just looking back to make sure that Susan isn't saying, oh, you missed a little fine point. But that's the key in there. And we'll talk a little bit further about this to supplement how we might be able to use the intervening code cycle. There's one other thing, there's the emergency rulemaking, but that's kind of, I can't think of any way we could say I don't see how we could say, oh, energy storage systems, we need emergency rulemaking. I don't think that's going to fly.
Usually there's a set criteria.
There's it's a very high bar.
Exactly.
Extremely high bar, and it's not really worth just mention it so you know of it. Next slide, please. So one of the key things to understand about Title 24 is we can't make proposals directly to the Building and Standards Commission to make changes to the codes. The proposals have to come from the state agencies. These state agencies are the ones that propose the changes to Title 24. I highlighted in red the ones that are going to be the ones that will be of keen interest to us. Obviously, from our standpoint, access compliance, that's ADA, that's American Disabilities Act. So we're not talking about access up on the roof for the firefighters. What we're talking about, that's talking about access for the disabled community. So the Division of State Architect, they're going to be interested in anything that's going to be a school that's up to through K through 12, and any state-owned building is what they're going to have. HCD is going to be interested in anything that we're going to live in, and that does not include your office. It's actually where your residence, not where you spend most of your time. And then the State Fire Marshal, the State Fire Marshal's office has quite they're probably the most extensive of their authority.
Except for single family.
Except for single family, which goes back to HCA. Building Standards Commission gets to pick up anything that didn't get picked up by anybody else, and essentially, and OSHPD, the statewide health planning and development, they're going to deal with anything that is anything that's a hospital, a medical clinic, anything of that sort. So even though I didn't tag them, they're not going to be high on our list. I think they're small fry for what we're talking about. So frankly, on the energy storage system stuff, for example, or on the center just setting the stage for the center front panel boards and so forth, who's going to be of interest that may help us the most? Probably is going to be HCD. And potentially also, especially the energy storage, but possibly also the State Fire Marshal's office. Okay, so go on further. I want to also tell you that there's several code advisory committees these are committees set up by the Building Standards Commission, and there are specific, there's only certain people, they make a decision as to if people apply, and there's going to be these specific representatives. State agency representatives is just how many, there are going to be several state agency representatives there, but they don't get to vote on the code advisory committee. But you see the voting members, and there's one committee for plumbing, electrical, mechanical, and energy, all of that, and you'll see through that list. I'm trying to remember Mike Stone as from NEMA, National Electrical Manufacturers Association. Can't remember which position he has. He may be public member, he may be electrical engineer, I can't remember. Anyway, So the code, what happens is the Code Advisory Committee gets the original proposals from the state agencies, then they look at it, they have their hearings, they discuss it, and then the Code Advisory Committee makes a recommendation to the Building Standards Commission. Building Standards Commission, most of the time, probably will take a very high portion of whatever the Code Advisory Committee comes up with, but you know, it depends on who's Ox's board and who's going to show up at the Building Standards Commission at the final end of the day.
Are these monthly meetings that are just regular?
No, these are not monthly meetings. They are specifically scheduled. There's a couple. They're used, you know, in timing of the 3-year cycle. So I do have a timeline. You know, there are certain times when they will meet, and they're posted as 30 days or 45 days ahead. That you get the calendar. I mean, when we were working on the 2016 Title 24 codes for California codes, they had the complete schedule throughout, which wasted everybody's summer last summer, right? I shouldn't say wasted, but it was last summer that they had all the meetings. But I just wanted you to be aware that there is this advisory committee. And that's where frankly, both with the state agencies before them and then the advisory committee, that's where the real most of the heavy lifting is done. Next slide, please. So and then there's another advisory committee. I love its title, Building, Fire, and Other. I guess it's just to collect anything that got missed. And of course, I just bring this up because, again, this is going to be where we would be interested in, say, an example, the access up on the roof. That's in the fire code. That's in Chapter 6. These guys would be the ones determining the exception stuff. Okay, next slide, please. So emergency rulemaking, I didn't put all the stuff on it, but bottom line is that, as I did say, it's a really high bar, and that only state agencies can propose for the emergency changes, and they're not going to do it. They're going to do it when they. The thing of it is there's silver bullets for them, so they're not going to use it on us. Or at least that's my. Excuse me. I shouldn't say that. I would say that my opinion is that I doubt that they would use it on us. Seriously, doubt. But once those are.
They don't like us? They don't like us?
No, it's got to be a super.
Right. It's like a state of emergency. The governor says you got to do this, and now there's a building code that's you can't do. That's how they introduce it.
Didn't they with the same folks that they did the ABSC, the Active Vehicle Supply Equipment? It was them, right?
That you're referring. That was with the TIA, so that's different. That was not emergency rulemaking. So anyway, emergency rulemaking. Once it's that emergency rulemaking, those changes are approved by the California Building Standards Commission, then immediately they are in effect 180 days from that point. Next slide. Now, intervening code cycle. We're just at the beginning of the intervening code adoption cycle, which is a sweet spot to be in, because the state agencies, they're working right now on putting together their proposed code changes. And remember again, that's where they go, oh, yeah, there's something that we need to address that was not addressed in the one that came out in the 2016 code. So they have the intervening code cycle. It's a little confusing when you have the same year for the code as you do for the intervening code adoption cycle, but that's just the way life is. So the code proposals from the state agencies, they will submit those during the month of December of this year. Following that, and then the phases that, in general, what they do is it'll go off then to a code advisory committee review, and they'll set the dates of when those code advisory committees will meet. Remember those two committees I talked about. Then they'll have the 45-day and the 15-day comment challenge periods where it's out for the public to anybody to comment on. Then the Building Standards Commission will have their meeting, they'll have their review, and then they will vote, and then it'll become a approved standard. All right, so the next, and those blue pages are just as much effect for the jurisdictions as we had with the original code. Now, I realize this is really difficult to see, but this is in the packet that was put together by Michelle. There's a copy of that.
Page 13.
So you can, you don't have to screw up your eyes and trying to read what's up there. But it's basically giving you the timeline of how things are going to happen. And if you notice that at the very end is that the intervening code cycle is, what is it, ends July 1st, 2019, is that it? 18.
2018.
So if you think about it, that's a sweet timeline to, that shaves off a little bit before, instead of waiting for the 2019 codes, which would go into effect January 1st or thereabouts of 2020. So shaves off what, a year and a half?
Mm-hmm.
So again, it's something that we should consider on a I think that it's something for SEAC potentially to be involved. Open for discussion, certainly. And I'm just putting it out there. I'm not citing anything. I'm just saying, just to think we consider. All right, next slide, please. So potential issues to address, that at least I hear and I think that we're needing to address that would be of value are, from an electrical point of view, is deal with the tapping of the center fed panel ports and dealing with energy storage systems. And then from a building fire point of view is that there's some, and it has been done before, where the State Fire Marshal's office have actually not just looked at beyond the model code that they use as their basis. Like, for example, for the California, or the 2016 California Fire Code, it's based on the 2015 International Fire Code. But I have seen before where the State Fire Marshal will go, there's something in the 2018 or something that's even under discussion. I'm going to grab that. I'm going to bring that back to now. And I just bring this up because in the code that they've adopted, it's not as clear as it is in now what already was accepted in the 2018 building code to clarify on the fire classification in regards to using UL 2703. Because in the past editions, it's not referencing 2703, it's referencing 1703, which will cause some confusion for, potentially confusion for example, the rack mounted system manufacturers. The other is the roof access. The reason I noted that down was simply because of what some people, at least that are the code geeks, the guys who are watching this close, are aware of the Colorado Compromise, as the way it's referred to, which was a lot more clarification regarding roof access. And I think that there was a keen interest on the part of the solar people that, hey, that would be really nice to have that clarification. Yes?
And that proposal was made to the latest code updates. What was the status of that today?
As far as I know, it was accepted, but the thing is, we won't know until, remember that operatic singer that I won't say it, the old way, sings. And regards to what's going to happen in the 2018 I-codes, what you have is for the building for the IBC, the building code, other than the structural provisions, that's already been decided in last year. Everything that is in the fire code is still in play, so to speak, where it's still in the Group B. The agenda for, as in what days they will be hearing public comments, because the committee already just made a decision. There have been public comments that were submitted in midsummer, and there will the final public comment hearing agenda will be posted on ICC's website, iccsafe.org, on next Friday, September 9th. The 9th.
The schedule for
the actual public comments.
I see. Oh, okay.
And so if I go and look at those public, so I'm going to be one of those that is going to be watching like waiting until they get posted. Immediately look to see if there's for all the proposals that I'm interested in. If there are no public comments to the proposal I'm interested in, that means it is on the consent agenda, which means that whatever the position of the that was taken by the committee, whatever decision they made, is pretty much going to hold true.
So if we don't
I've never
see any
seen those
comments,
challenged.
if the setbacks aren't challenged by public comments, then that looks likely to go.
Then you can pretty much go and place the bet on the wheel and beg. But if it is a public comment, then it will be at the public comment hearings, which will be in Kansas City, and you can watch it on webcast if you can't go. It's a great. It'll be the highest Nielsen ratings, I'm sure. And within my house, and that's the 21st of October until like the 27th of October, somewhere in there. 25th. I'm sorry. And so you can go to iccsafe.org, and I'm serious that you can watch a webcast of the public comment hearings.
Holding a viewing party?
Yeah, holding a viewing party, exactly.
What was that $5 deal that you approved?
For those, yeah, there will be an extra charge for those people who are going to buy one of the 5 Guys wine. Anyway, but seriously, so there's those webcasts, and I want to just caution you when you watch the webcast, and you're going to have a disappointment this year. And the disappointment will be is that you will hear, oh, okay, this is what modification is now passed from the standpoint it's going to be on the ballot. And then what's going to happen is that there's 2 weeks, 1 week or 2 weeks is the ballot. So that all the governmental members get to, even the ones that were there, if they decide to change their mind, they can vote within that 2-week period, or 1 or 2 week period, and then they take there's time taken for the ratification to make sure that all of the appropriate, verify that the appropriate people that voted were appropriate to be voting and all that. What I would say, what I also want to say is that if you are in a jurisdiction, and if you want to make sure that if you are a voter from your jurisdiction, you need to make sure that post haste that you have registered to be able to do that. And Susan can help you if you need help on voting. And so that only those people from jurisdictions, each jurisdiction, depending on its size, gets anywhere from gets either 4, 8, or 12 votes. So obviously Los Angeles, actually, it works out interesting is that so the City of Los Angeles Building Department gets 12 votes, the City of Los Angeles Fire Department gets 12 votes. So 24 votes just from the City of LA. Whereas City of Campbell, where I live, is going to get 4 votes. And they don't even have a fire district, so they're kind of, no, it's proportional. That's all it is. Question. Yes.
What about like TIAs that have been made with the NC? I need to get to that question because I got to take off.
Okay. Hold on. Hold on.
How do we speed this guy up?
He's going.
Hawaiian. Next slide. So center fed panel boards is just an example I'm using here. We all know about what it is in the 2014, which that's what it's going to be. The 2014. These are the questions you're going to have to deal with. What they're going to have to deal with. But go next slide. 2017. What did 2017 do? 2017 made it so it's like, oh, we don't have to worry about this opposite ends of the bus bar, the opposite ends. So it addressed it. Of course, commercial panels have more strict requirement due to the likely presence of continuous loads. Next slide, please. So there was a TIA. Remember that was where I was advising, encouraging, pushing, prodding, whatever you want to say, to the solar industry. Hey, you want to get a TIA because and the TIA it's a temporary interim amendment. It's issued by NFPA. Now the thing is a TIA cannot just be used. It cannot be used by a jurisdiction until it's adopted. Right? So just that the TIA, and just because the jurisdiction has the 2014 code adopted, which is going to be the 2016 California Electrical Code, you can't use it until state. Right. Next slide. So the use of the TIA in California. So TIAs are not included in the 2016 CEC, California Electrical Code. However, the TIA provisions may be considered for adoption into the 2016 CEC during the intervening code cycle. All right? So that's why we want to make sure of that. But furthermore, even before the intervening code adoption cycle completes its role, is that come January, and I'm going to say January 2nd because again, people are working on it first, is that a local government can enforce the provisions of the TIA before it's adopted into the CEC. It is necessary to do two things: enact a local ordinance, and two, make a filing pursuant to health and safety code sections, this and that. So you can go read those, and the reference of the information on that local amendment and filing requirements. I gave you specifically the bulletins and where it's available, and you go to the BSC's website under the Publications tab, and you can see those bulletins. Any of us can see them. So this, in answer to your question, Mark, that was exactly what was done for electric vehicles in the 2011. When there was a 2011 NEC, and they were adopting, they had adopted the 2011 NEC, and there was something that was taken care of in the 2014 that was of high value to the electrical vehicles supply equipment manufacturers. And so that was what was done. Now the Building Standards Commission, the executive director, put out a bulletin, an informational bulletin, that explained all this on this bit for that electric vehicle supply equipment. I think, and I see nodding your heads that the date stated, remember that bulletin. So what would be of value, in my opinion, to us as SEAC is to go to Mia and say, Mia, would you please put out an informational bulletin that would explain this for the TIAs, for all the TIAs that were accomplished, so that people would know right now, for those jurisdictions that are not as aware of this, of what they could do all they have to do is simply enact a local ordinance and make the filing. And from what I understand, it's not the most difficult thing in the world. It's fairly straightforward. Yes. Wait, Mustafa and Jeff.
So isn't it TIA is you actually have the code, and then this explains or brings up the future code to make things easier for today? Isn't that what TIA is all about?
Well, no, not necessarily. What a TIA is that you do a TIA. The TIA has two components and it's voted on. It's just like it's a code proposal that is a very quick proposal that has to be the code making panel, reviewed and voted by the code making panel, and then reviewed and voted on by the technical correlating committee,
and then approved by the Standards Council of NFPA. And bottom line, there's two parts to it. There's a technical technical merit and emergency nature. So the technical merit is like, yeah, there's a justification, just like any code proposal. You say, yeah, here's why it will work or why we need on that score. The emergency nature is you have to demonstrate. You have to say, we've got to have this now, or else the world will end as we know it. We can't wait until the next code. And even if a TIA is done for, say, for example, when the TIA was done for the 2014, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to go into the 2017.
Exactly.
They still have to, it then becomes a proposal,
right?
And it's an automatic proposal to the next code cycle.
I have seen TIAs did not make it to the next code cycle.
Right, but I can understand.
So the local jurisdiction run, I should say, danger or a risk of adopting something that they cannot enforce the next code cycle, and that becomes.
But I will say on this score is that the 2017 is already in the books, in the can, it's locked up, it's already done. And so some people would say, why did you bother even doing a TIA for the 2014? It was done precisely to enable this to happen, so that to deal with that center fed panel board, which that technically that's what a jurisdiction would have to do.
So you mentioned MIA, if I understood, Mia, I think you said.
Mia Marbelli. Mia is the executive director for the California Building Standards Commission.
Okay, so then the question, I guess, is, so I recall your earlier comments, you felt that HCD would be the appropriate department for us to make our appeal on center fed panel.
To make proposals for the intervening code cycle. So nobody, everybody is, like I said, we're all, any of us, the only way we're going to do it, get in the intervening code cycle, code adoption cycle, those are the supplement pages. Those would come out in the middle of 2018. The only way that those can be done is to go through the state agency. I know the guys that we would go to that would be amenable to doing this, and we just go tap on Sean Huss, for example, shoulder the HCD and say, hey, Sean, I would go to Sean and say, Sean, tell me who I need to talk to in your agency. How we do this, how do we set this up for you? And I would think that we could put together a couple of things saying this is what we need, and this will be of value to you, and oh, by the way, let's see, what are the benefits? Well, first of all, you're addressing the governor's executive order of a while back. I can't remember the exact date and all that, but the one about the million and a half homes being and all that. So that's incentive alone. I would think for a state agency to go, hey, this is cool. There's some new tools in the toolbox, i.e. Article 706 for the energy storage systems, as well as the center for panel boards and so forth and so on. Now, I will say this, is that there are several people, a number of people that would say, why pick at this or that in the intervening code cycle? There are those who would love to say, hey, let's just cut to the chase and let's just adopt now. Let's adopt the 2017 National Electrical Code. And if you think about it, the 2017 National Electrical Code is a lot more clarity than was in the 2014. And so there's a lot of benefit to doing this. And there's already feelers out from various interested parties like NEMA, for example, National Electrical Manufacturers Association, always wants to see the most current code adopted because that's what the manufacturers are looking for.
So if I interpret what you say correctly, if the 2017 code adoption were accelerating in California, would trying to get this center-fed panel TIA pushed through be an irrelevant consideration at that point?
In my opinion is that don't count on one thing to happen.
Okay, well that's.
And that if it were me, I would not count. I'd make sure that I've got everything in play.
So that being the case, my request is, can we start that process to get that TIA considered by the tolerance test?
Well, here's what, this is my last slide, so I'll cheer on that story. But anyway, possible SEAC actions. One would be and not necessarily, oh, just pick one, but one would be is asking the Building Standards Commission, can you do the same type of informational bulletin you did for the electric vehicles last time we had a code cycle? Could you do the same thing, please, for requesting them to do the same thing for the TIAs that we have for this cycle? Two would be develop proposal to present to the state agencies, to ask the state agencies to carry for the intervening code cycle. Three would be to support the timely adoption of 2017 NEC, and I think you're going to find a heck of a lot of people in line to be along with, and it would be a collaborative thing. In fact, if you guys recall, on our very first day of this committee, if you remember that Pete Jackson was the one saying that we probably have the horsepower to be able to make a change, to make quite a contribution on getting the adoption, or forwarding that adoption thought, and that would be of value to the industry. Or what we could do is we could just simply do nothing. But of course, the problem with doing nothing is you never know when you're done. So.
So with the first option,
I mean, so I don't think that's an option because I'd like to know when I'm done. So
the first option is on the list here. This
that.
informational bulletin, would that give the city of LA sufficient justification for allowing center bed panels?
That's just a clarification of the code, right? So that it
Go
goes
back
to the point
go
that
back to slide, please.
you can't make it less restrictive.
So remember what I said is that even though when we're talking about TIA, is that the local government, even on the TIA, the local government has to do two things. They have to enact a local ordinance, which means they have to go knock on the door of the city council or the board of supervisors, depending on whether you're county or city, and then they also have to do a filing. So what I would think, and I'm going to ask this of both the guys who are from the cities and the counties here, is I would assume that maybe from a SEAC point of view, if there was like here's just a quick model ordinance, here's a model filing that SEAC could put together and say, so that we could go to the 450 some odd jurisdictions in the state of California and say, hey, we took care of, we put this together, so all they have to do is just go, knock on the door of the council and the...
My experience with jurisdictions is the ones that are hostile toward the center federal aren't going to do anything extra to allow me to interconnect on a center federal panel.
So I'm trying to figure out what, I'm just curious hearing there's jurisdictions that are
hostile. You can say hostile.
Okay.
When I approach them with a letter from the PE showing the 2014-2017 codes, they're like, I've already talked about this, like, you're wasting my time. I don't want to talk
He's not talking about anybody here.
I don't think so.
Yeah. So what I would suggest then on that is that just putting it out there is a possible action of this committee, because what are we? We're a Solar Energy Action Committee. So maybe what the SEAC does, again, like I said, put together a model ordinance to make it easy, or take whatever, you already have one that you...
We're going to treat over that we just in the past, about 18 months, we did 8.188, and we just did for EVSC, we just finished.
So I'm sorry, go back to... So the model, providing a model ordinance and a filing is a first step, because I find that well, I should say most, I find that for a lot of jurisdictions, when there's somebody else who's already done the heavy lifting, it's a lot easier for them to go, oh, that's cool. Grab that, change the name, change the city seal, and they're done.
But in ordinance under development in LA County right now, is it not for this?
Not for this.
But the second part that I would say of that is that Solar Energy Action Committee, what do? We've written recommended practices. Why wouldn't we put a recommended practice that says, of considering, because, and the reason I'm saying this is because there's already been the technical decisions and discussion that have already gone forward in putting the 2017 code.
I think everybody agrees, right? Awesome.
Yeah, but one thing,
Actually,
you have to go to your city council.
I know, a lot of guys don't like to do that because I want to spend the least amount of time in front of them.
And I think if you get a receptive AHJ, they can do the same thing via an interpretation without modifying their code, especially if we had an informational board.
All right, so Sparky, I've come across, there's different schools of thought. I have seen, it depends on, some jurisdictions are like, yeah, I'll make an interpretation, I'll make a policy, or I will, and those are, and they may be just fine because if somebody doesn't challenge it. But, Bazad, is correct in that, if somebody really wanted to challenge it.
Well, I think if you look at 2014 code, it allows for the alternate method with engineering supervision. But it doesn't really define what engineering supervision is.
Okay, so
now you're talking about an interpretation, right?
All right, so let's understand alternate materials and methods, or alternate materials and methods in codes. Is that technically an alternate material method is site by site by site by site by site by site.
But let's clarify something, because a lot of people here might not really know the code section we're talking about.
Go back.
You see, the alternate method is intended to
go back.
Equivalency.
No, I'm talking about
something
that's the center tap issue, right? That's what I'm, just so everyone in the room understands.
Back to that's one of the 705.12.
Yeah, right.
It's right there on the screen.
But the avenue and the means, as John showed, is available to local jurisdictions if they want to pursue it. That's the big if. And the only time that can happen is after January, when actually goes into enforcement. Then you can go through the process
to modify it. So essentially I guess there's three different ways that it can happen. One is that a jurisdiction, like some jurisdictions might say, yeah, I'm going to just do it, and either I'm going to have and probably through an interpretation, and that's what we'll do and apply. Actually, there's four things. That's one way. Another way is that somebody could continue to apply for alternate materials and methods on every single site, but that's going to get old after the first or second time, real fast. Third is that there can be that process that I showed of the local ordinance and the filing, which is a little bit later downstream, but still a lot sooner than anything else. Or four is getting it into the intervening code cycle, so it's into the supplement, but then that's not going to be able to be enforced until July of 2018. I'm suggesting is that why not go after all different avenues, so you don't have your eggs all in one basket. Yeah. That's all I'm suggesting.
You should.
Yep.
It's possible, but you can.
And those to be covered in the recommendations that we put out with.
Correct. And actually, all what I said, just lay it out.
Yep. So for LA City, Dave, we discussed this last week, but as I understand, County of LA has the initiative to move forward on this TIA
without having the California building standards.
No, not on this, not on
All right, let's divide the
No,
question.
just on
Let's
that.
talk about the TIAs, and then let's go back to Article 706.
Yeah, 706, not 706, we're talking about 704.
Let's
705.
let's talk about the center fed and how it works to start.
Well, I guess for the moment, I'm talking about the center fed panel issue. Last week at the IAEA conference, there was certain jurisdictions in California said, yeah, we're going to adopt it right now based on what we have available. We're fine with it. You mentioned that the city of LA wouldn't permit that. You'd have to get a higher level of approval before the city of LA could do that. And would that require the option of going to the California Building Standards Commission for the intervening code cycle and waiting until 2018?
No.
Before?
Not necessarily. No, go one more slide, please. Because what they can do is that fourth bullet. For local government to enforce the provisions of the TIA before it is adopted.
Well, I understood, but I got the impression that you said you needed more justification than just that.
Yeah, the way John has just described, it would be possible for us to go the fourth way because what is proposed is already in a 2017.
Yes.
So it's easier to go through that process with the ordinance process and show, yeah, it's there, even if they get adopted now, still would be there. The danger I was explaining to you guys earlier is that's why we don't go through that process normally, is because that TIA may not be in the next code cycle.
Understood, although
And
it
that puts
sounds
us in
like...
an awkward position to say, well, we don't want you guys to continue doing. We can't.
Right, but
That's why we haven't pursued
But
that.
2017, it's already there.
Exactly. Exactly.
So does that mean we could get LA, in your opinion, to move forward on option number 4 as we're calling it?
Well, what I'm getting at, that is a very good plausible condition.
And what would it take to move forward on that?
Well, what we have to see is the final document, and then we have to finish up the whole process of we're going through right now until we adopt as of January 1st, and then we'll start the process of the new
So you
ordinance
could start working on this after
after
January 1st.
January 1st.
But it looks like, or feasible based upon your analysis.
So if you're looking for a timeline of stuff, the timeline, I didn't have time to put together, but the timeline, in my opinion, is this. You have the timeline, first of all, is there's different things going on. One is that I think within the next 2 months, frankly, is that SEAC would want to, if they're interested, would put together a recommended practice, or a recommendation that is incorporating how all these different potential phases or possibilities are. And if a jurisdiction wants to do this, or a jurisdiction wants to do it this way or this way, this is how what would need to happen. The second would be is that again, like I said about it would be great if we could draft a model ordinance and a model filing simply to enable any jurisdiction to just pick it up and run with it, rather than each developing their own. And then the other is that we need to be talking right now with a amenable state agency, the one that's going to be interested on the TIAs, is going to be HCD. And then make sure that it gets into their thing, so that if a jurisdiction decides, no, I'm not going to do an interpretation, I want to, and then you get a jurisdiction that says, no, I'm not going to do an interpretation, and I'm not going to do an adoption immediately of the TIA. Well, I shouldn't say immediately, but I'm not going to do an adoption of the TIA. I'm going to wait until the intervening code cycle. Then we'll at least get done for those jurisdictions. For that.
One thing I should point out,
it's better than nothing.
Reference the scheme.
I mean, if you want, you can just say wait until the end, and until we get to the 2019.
On there, the reference to health and safety code sections, there are actually requirement that we have to meet for even the regular code adoption process, which means we have to justify topographical, geographical, or so forth, climatic, and we have to take that after even we adopt the ordinance. We can't just go ahead and enforce it. We have to take it to the state, and the state agency
file it with the state.
file it, and they accept it, and then we have so many days after we can actually enforce it. So we can't just, by adopting the ordinance, we cannot just do it.
Acknowledged, and so the
won't be
production
tomorrow,
timeline,
Jeff.
January, you can start this process. You told me.
Theoretically.
You make your filing to health and safety, for the health and safety folks that are referenced there. What's typically the timeline if you were to do that, let's say in January, before that would be enacted in the city?
I would say somewhere around 6 to 9 months. Because even if we do it,
That's better than a year
route.
and a half to the blue pages.
Yeah, so the TIA route is our best chance to affect the code in 2017. That's the early adoption of that TIA.
You're missing it. You're missing it.
You need to do both.
Yeah, you have to do both. And then the alternating code cycle, mid-2018. And then probably 2017 code like 2019.
Okay, let me try this again. So you have some jurisdictions that will have no problem with saying, you know, deal with interpretation. And I'm going to say, just because the 2017 just got it in there and I'm comfortable, and it's like, but technically, that's not, as I read it, as I understand it, it's not necessarily per state law.
Sure. But then, can I give a clarification about when I say interpretation?
Yeah.
Interpretation of the current code section, which is also based on an informational bulletin that we put out. So I was trying to get that code section 65 on here. I think you can maintain, the intent of that code section wasn't to limit a center-fed bus and the solar breaker being on complete opposite ends of the panel bar. You can define what opposite end is. Center tap, I put the breaker in the lowest slot possible.
But again, whatever you interpret, it cannot be the opposite of what the code states, even though what you think it is.
But if the code isn't very specifically clear that
If I hand you a pen and I'm holding it in the middle, and I say grab opposite ends, like you know where to put your hand, right?
That's what I'm
and that's part of the interpretation of that code.
You just have to realize it's not trying to satisfy my curiosity or have you're going to be dealing with thousands of AHJs.
Yeah.
They're really, as you said, very hostile. So don't even try to push that.
Sure, and I'm not saying it's global, but I'm saying if we're talking about timeline and best chance to affect the code and change the mind of AHJs, early adoption of a TIA by an AHJ is the first step,
even
right?
if you go through interpretation through the alternate method, each jurisdiction doesn't do it for free. So they're going to charge you a certain amount of fee every job. But then again, the AB regulation that says you have to limit the cost to each $500 to maximum. So they may back away because they're not going to be making any money out of that to begin with. And that's extra edit on top for them to make that interpretation alteration. So they may walk away from it from those different reasons asked, not necessarily because they're hostile to it. So the best avenue, the way I see it, is you go with both options that John showed here. Those who are for the concept idea, they can go through the ordinance process and whatever, and go through the state justification and get it done. And then at the same time, go through interim process, pursue it at the same time. Don't say, well, I'm going to just do this. You got to do both. It's parallel to each other.
Sure.
That's what John
But if I check a timeline behind that, probably early adoption of creating an ordinance will probably be the quickest. That's the only way I can possibly happen.
But for not all HAs going to do different jurisdictions.
Exactly. I'm not saying they are, but it's my best shot. And then alternate or interim code cycle is my second best shot.
If you only have funding for what you really bring the argument down, if you only have funding to do one thing, what's the best thing to do?
You do both.
Yeah, wait a minute. We don't have the ability to do both. You always go with redundant system to make sure that you go both ways. In case you get shut down in A, you still got B. It's like spreading market rules.
Yeah. I'm still considering all three.
So
considering all three processes. I'm just looking for timeline-wise. Which one would come sooner than others?
So if you want you're looking for results, right? That's what you're asking.
Yeah.
So the result, if they're formal for an interpretation by a jurisdiction, the result is immediate.
Yeah.
But you're only going to convince a certain population of the jurisdictions for that, right? You're going to have another set of another subset of the population is going to go, no.
The system has detected that a minimum number of lines are connected to this conference.
That will be anywhere from
Press 1 to confirm.
6 to 9.
If there is no response, the conference will
Maybe
end.
some jurisdictions might be faster, some actually,
Yeah, but it
depends on
is
it. They might be faster, some might be slow. Okay, so that's that segment of the population. The remainder of the population. So let's say that's just for discussion's sake, it's 40%. Oh, let's say it's 10% for the first group.
Yeah.
Let's say it's 50% for the second group. And let's say it's 40% for the third group. So the 40%, the remainder, they're going to say, no, I'm holding out until I have no choice. They will have no choice when the blue pages come out on the supplement.
Yeah.
Then that's it. Then they can't, and they can't say, oh, well, even though that's in the blue pages, I'm not going to adopt it. Sorry, that's going to be the case. So it will be, in other words, it will be done for them. Right? So that's why if we have, again, here's the recommendations to explain these three different parts. And then here you go, here is, if you're going to do an interpretation, here's some information for you to consider in interpretation. I can see that.
That's information.
Okay, fine. As part of it. The second is to say, if you are looking to do this to formally adopt it, here's a model ordinance, here's a model filing, so you can use that. Perfect. And then the third is that pursuing it for blue pages for the intervening code cycle.
Yeah, great. So from an action standpoint or action items, sounds like with the next meeting, maybe we put it as an agenda item for us to have a proposed model ordinance that you can publish at the SEAC website so that all the solar installers can start to use it as a reference document. We have these conversations.
So I'm thinking September. It's great to do that, but I think that for that model ordinance, for that model filing, it's going to be a waste to do it for September. You can do it just to get it done just as much by the November meeting. To
because nobody's going to address this till next year.
Informational goals.
Okay, that's my point.
And that's fine. I just want to be ready for that.
But on the flip side, and not to put it off too long, but just to suggest that before going down that path, is that we would want to say by the next meeting, or at least by October meeting, is that we've done the knocking on the door of HCD, working on the intervening code cycle. I'd work on the intervening code cycle first. I would work on for the proposal to get that into the, so I wouldn't
Is that a proposal that you could help draft?
I certainly would be more than happy to assist, but I would love to have an electrical engineer to involved in that.
So maybe we could put that as an action item for next month's meeting.
What are you
Later
laughing
this
at?
month.
I'm not being, don't get me. I'm up to you.
Pete Jackson said NEMA, NFPA, NECA, IAEI would all assist in moving California to the 2017 NEC.
And I totally
All
agree.
California jurisdictions would be then required to accept 2017 language.
So,
Pete's talking about the code book globally, not
exactly. The whole thing. The whole purpose and intent that I had of bringing this forward at
this meeting was just to kind of get you guys thinking about this. And then what I'll say is this, is that at the next meeting, since we'll be back in Alhambra, I'm assuming Pete responded that, Pete, if you hear me, are you going to be able to be at the September meeting? If so, then I would suggest that we come up with a little bit clearer, than a clear timeline and punch, quick punch list. I don't want to say checklist, but clear punch list of here's a couple of things to accomplish what we want as a committee. We do this, 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 and make sure that there's people that are going to take care of those parts.
He was going to be there last time when I spoke.
I know, he was, but then when it came down here, it was a little more difficult.
No, understood. So maybe, you know, this...
And there's not just Pete and myself that would have an interest in that, but also Mike Stone from NEMA. He said he couldn't make, I talked to him yesterday, he couldn't make, I saw him yesterday, he couldn't make today, but he would be able to make the end of September. Also, Tim McClintock from NFPA, who's their electrical specialist responsible for the West.
So it sounds reasonable for us to try to get this on the schedule for this 29th. Repeat, NEMA.
I will pull together those guys and we'll bring.
Can I plant a seed for that?
Sure.
With the horsepower that this committee has, why pursue just the TIA for the center fed?
It would be all
not just go after the code globally. Adopt the latest.
So my suggestion is that we just simply position ourselves for being ready to do all different levels, because think about so what do you think are the odds for getting the 2017 NEC into the intervening code cycle or adopted early? Has that ever been accomplished?
Not the entire.
The entire code? Has that ever been accomplished?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a great one to go for. I mean, I think the horse. If anybody, I'll say this: if anybody could, if it could ever be accomplished of getting to being on the most current code, this is the best chance we've got for those who in the entire code. I totally agree with you. It is the best chance we got, and would I say go for it? Absolutely, let's go for it. But at the same time, I'm just suggesting let's be pragmatic and be having our, so we don't put all our eggs in one basket.
You have a good chance to limit yourself to what you know you're going to get. Don't think you're going to get the entire code.
No, it's a great way to go for it.
Yeah, I'm just trying.
Not addressing specific issues.
Because there's so many other things in real.
Well,
I think we have a better chance on this.
So Mike Stone already put together a really great document of a starting point of not just what helps the solar industry, but what would help other industries. And he identified, and there's the kind of selling point of just adopt the whole thing. Mm-hmm. And again, if there could be a quick collaboration of a number of parties to say, look, you know, we can, and it come forward, and this is just a thought, a strategy thought, you just simply say, we can go this way. We can go the intervening code cycle. But you know, man, if we just, let's just cut the chase and let's do the 2017 NEC on an earlier basis. That gives you a lot more horsepower.
Joe Kane said it's important. It's one thing to adopt early the 2017 NEC Article 705 for ESS.
706.
It's another thing to adopt early the entire 2017 NEC with the new rapid shutdown requirements that are dependent on new revisions to UL 1741 that are not yet complete.
Because
okay, so let me address what Joe just brought up. Is that if you will see, what he needs to look at is in the 2017 code, it's one of those few times where the code has a very specific effective date.
It actually is built into the 2017 code that says that the rapid shutdown will not apply until sometime in 2019. I can't remember.
I'll look at that up.
And so
January 1st, 2019.
So,
2019.
The Bill 1741 is going to be accomplished a lot. It's not going to be accomplished overnight, but it's going to be accomplished well ahead of that effective date. There's already other jurisdictions like the state of Massachusetts. It's going to be out in 2017, and how many days? It's pretty darn soon.
But the implication that Joe's referencing is that if we do get early adoption in California of the 2017 NEC, it will put the new rapid shutdown requirements in place a year prior than they otherwise would have been put in place.
In this state.
In this state, which is rarely what I guess we're focused on. The consideration is that to mandate these rapid shutdown requirements mandates using some type of microinverter or DC-to-DC converter, which will drive the cost up for installations a noticeable amount, and the biggest impact would be on the commercial sector, where commercial projects right now, which don't tend to use these devices, will see their cost per watt go up about, I'm going to guess, 20 cents a watt. And as a result, the impact, at least I have, the perceived impact, would be a dramatic decline in commercial solar, because 20 cents a watt is a big impact. I don't know, Jim, if you can elaborate on that, but it is not a small consideration. It's less problematic for the residential sector, much more significant for commercial. I don't know if you can elaborate. Well, commercial, if we adopt 2017 NEC in California early, we put the rapid shutdown requirements into place a year before they otherwise would have gone into place, and the impact of using maximizers on commercial projects would probably drive the cost up again. I'm going to guess by that time, because things will change over the next couple of years as we see the volume build for this, but it's still going to be a noticeable increase in cost per watt installed for commercial projects, which will have a pretty noticeable impact on whether or not a commercial project goes forward. So I'm not taking a position, I'm just letting you know that's the likely impact. So this is why Joe King made the comment he made. It's why I'm following this issue very closely, because the solar industry will see a significant impact.
And I appreciate that. What I would suggest too is that when the state adopts a code, do they adopt, if they adopted, for example, if they adopted today the 2017 code, are they going to take every single word that's printed in there as it was as printed by NFPA? Answer is no. So what could happen is that, all right, so you say, okay, hey, we're good with this, but can we put maybe a longer effective date?
Possibly so. I know that Pete Jackson is cringing as you say that.
Pete said impact for RSS is also safety for the first responders, not just money.
That's true too.
Oh, I'm not disputing that. I guess I'm just trying to make the group aware of the solar industry's consideration of the potential early adoption of 2017 NEC. So I respect where Pete's coming from, and we've discussed this. I understand John's comment that we could possibly see the California Building Standards Commission revise the language subtly to put a different effective date. I know when that's been proposed in previous meetings, Pete didn't seem to like that approach. So
now the
he's just not here to say that.
But remember again, what is the effective date?
January 1, 2019.
Yeah, I think the
so it would be a year early.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. All that would effectively end up might be
a year early, and I'll tell you right now, the commercial solar companies are going, holy crap, that's a year's worth of projects where a certain percentage of those will drop out. So there's going to be a segment of solar companies that will see this as devastating. Right?
Granted, I'm not taking. I'm just.
It's a statement of fact, so you're aware.
I am simply making the comment one way or another. Is I'm not making a decision or.
And as far as traffic control is concerned, farm marshals are really behind it. They want it. So if you go ahead and adopt it, the next school cycle they say, I want that enforced today. It's not going to be something done.
For what it's worth, my sense is that since the writing's on the wall of 2017 electric code, the residential companies will start to make their changes sooner than the commercial project developers. The commercial project developers are going to cling to the older rapid shutdown rules till the absolute last minute to get as many projects in with that lower cost per watt as they can before they're forced by gunpoint, essentially, to change to this new method. That's how I've interpreted it. I could be wrong, but that's my interpretation.
Joe has a question. Can the effective date of 2017 NEC RSS requirements be waived or modified by the CBSC, or is it positively locked in?
The state can do whatever it wants. It can grab requirements that are way in the future. They have already demonstrated they'll grab requirements that were. I've seen them grab requirements that were just in the process of being proposed to a model code. That wasn't even finalized in the model code, and they accepted it, or they modified it to whatever they needed. So, you know, that can be the discussion. Of course, there's going to be those that are going to be saying, no, I don't want to amend it, and then we'll just have those discussions again. But I mean, we could spend all afternoon discussing this. But the thing is that I think that it would be good to have more than 15 minutes. We're way over the 15 minutes. And way past 1:30. Is that our host was going to at some point say he's going to have to kick us out. So they knew that the last week here, so they forget about it. The thing is, what I'd say is that this was simply solely to understand what we have to deal with in the process and the processes, and then as far as very specifically a lot more detail of how we would go about accomplishing these things other than the do nothing item. And then I'd suggest that a couple of us, if Pete is, I don't know, if Pete is amenable,
Jeff himself is going to put a task group together, if he doesn't mind, and then put some of us on, and then boy, next meeting.
So Jeff volunteered as part of task group.
It's over. Good job, Jeff.
Good job, Jeff. Yes.
So what will I have to do by next meeting?
By SDI, give us this.
Develop a job model.
I suggest that a couple of us can simply put something together. Didn't want to call it task because that means there's more work to be done. But a couple of us that are interested, I'd be more than happy to be with a couple of guys that put exactly what we have to do and what would be the result of what we do if we did it. I think that's really the key. Because there's different things, there's different ways, and there's different results, or potential results. And I think there's benefits, and I can understand, and I can appreciate there's going to be benefits, and I can appreciate there's going to be detriments. So the thing is that one has to kind of weigh. You know, sometimes you're going to have to give up some things to get something else.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
And it appears from Alan Field's comments that I think he was expressing similar interest to what Joe Kane asked about the possibility of delaying the implementation of the 2017 level.
I was just a little bit too late to say it, but yeah.
Oh, I'm not saying it is. I'm just well, it's just a matter of understanding what your strategies are, what the impacts, maybe if you say, oh yeah, well we'll just excise this particular part, will that help you? Will that hurt you?
There's pros and cons to doing it. I'm not taking a position pro or con. I'm
of the same ilk.
Yeah, in my view, there's benefits.
I'm in the same way. I'm just saying that let's make sure we have all on the table so what this committee decides is not just okay, yeah, we're just going to go all this way, or we're going to go all that way, or we're going to go all this other way. That we understand what's the consequences of what we do.
All right, I guess I'll look forward to some continuing discussions. Are you going to be at SEAC?
I believe so.
Okay, and I don't know if it
But I
will.
don't know.
Oh, that's right, you will be there.
I'm not sure. I've got to talk with some staff internally.
Well, let's, at the very least, before the next meeting, maybe a week prior, we can try to line up what needs to take place for the next meeting, and maybe get a few minutes on the agenda to do an update.
Yeah.
On this.
Okay.
For this 29th in Alhambra.
My suggestion is that this going forward on this, it's got to be discussed definitely for more than 15 minutes in Alhambra.
Well, I was talking about just an update for the group. What I was saying is that maybe I'm not saying it's going to take us as a committee 15 minutes to resolve this. I'm saying that we could have 15 minutes on the agenda on the 29th to give an update as to the work that's occurred by that time. Or you want more time?
I'm suggesting
30 minutes.
that the bigger part of the time.
Then give us
Because
as much time as you can help.
this is something you have to, it's kind of, we're getting to a point of Fisher cut bait.
I understand, and my sense is that there's going to be a lot of commentary from the solar companies on this topic. So I'm happy to go as far into depth on this as necessary. But
I just think maybe that's probably
Joe Games. So just can we, on the next meeting, I'll just make an announcement too. I won't be at the next meeting.
Yeah, chicken.
I'm on vacation, so.
And miss out on all this discussion?
I don't know, Jeff was going to bring this up, and they're going to go after it, so.
Well, I still think we can,
We can at least discuss,
the
TIA approach, and we can at least discuss the interview code adoption cycle from a piecemeal point of view. But like I'm just letting you guys know, there are other entities that are looking at and wanting to pursue.
So we can get an MPA, invite an MPA, then invite NEMA.
Wanting to pursue what? Adoption of 2017 in CODA.
Yeah. All right, well, thanks, everyone. And then just as a reminder, we did send out a survey, and if you haven't participated in that survey, if you could please...
So it's already closed.
Closed
yesterday.
Oh.
We asked that you fill it out by the 31st, so that was yesterday.
Oh. And how many did we get?
We had 6 members fill it out of 35.
Oh. Well, maybe we'll have to open it up again.
What was it?
It was a SEAC survey we sent out.
Oh, the one that I ignored. Sorry.
When was that sent?
It was sent when, beginning of
Just do a
August.
search for Michelle Nunes, and you'll get about 1,000 emails in the box.
By the way, John, just go on there real quick. Because John only had 15 minutes and we talked for an hour and 15 minutes. Please, at the next meeting, he took some time from me.
Good luck with that.
I did one item in 1 minute.
Good job. Yeah, exceeded on the other one by at least, but.
Yeah, so we might have to open it up again and send it out again. Yeah. Okay. All right.
We're adjourned.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.